putting pressure on government finances and widening the budget deficit. Treasury PS Chris Kipto said all major tax heads underperformed between July and September, with KRA collecting close to 657.2 billion shillings against a target of 707 billion shillings. Ordinary revenue fell 2.9%, reversing last year's 10% growth. The shortfall is attributed to compliance gaps, enforcement inefficiencies, and revenue-reducing measures under the 2025 Finance Act, along with slower activity in key sectors. The fiscal deficit rose to 280.4 billion shillings, well above the planned 189.5 billion shillings. Kipto warned that unless revenue collection improves, the government will have to tighten spending in the upcoming supplementary budget to address the financing gap. Governors have raised concern over the management of the Social Health Authority, accusing the Ministry of Health of undermining devolved health services. Speaking at a health sector forum in Naivasha, the governors said key decisions around SHAM are affecting service delivery in counties. Council of Governors Chair Ahmed Abdullahi urged Health CS Aden Duale to act urgently to protect the sector. Governors also want the directive barring level 2 facilities from offering maternity services reviewed, warning that counties in the northeast may reject SHAM if the order stands. They further protested the national government's takeover of some county facilities without adequate compensation.
Discriminate and unilateral closure of hospitals and downgrading of the same. Since SHA, the MOH at Afia House has become too powerful. It's like they're running our hospitals from Afia House. Downgrading, regrading. There's even no consultation. How do you downgrade my hospitals without talking to me? Increasingly, we're seeing transfer of level 5s to level 6 in counties, which literally then means that counties have been asked to hand over their hospitals. It will be nice that we value these hospitals and they give us the money so that we can construct other hospitals.
With the KCSE exams set to conclude this week, the government has emphasized strict measures to uphold exam integrity and protect results. Education CS Julius Ogamba, who spoke in Kiambu County during the opening of exam papers, said center managers have been given clear instructions to enforce discipline, including switching off phones and keeping them out of exam areas.
As we enter the final 3 days, NEC has reminded center managers to reinforce operational discipline, including securing all mobile phones under lock and key, switching off Wi-Fi routers during examinations, and ensuring that candidates do not enter the rooms with any of these gadgets. These measures help to eliminate remaining vulnerabilities and ensure full compliance of our guidelines.
And in preparation for next year, secondary schools have been advised to get ready for students progressing to grade 10 in January.
In addition, senior schools should be ready to receive their first cohort of grade 10 learners by the 12th or from the 12th of January 2026. These learners transitioning under the competency-based education framework will require support to adapt successfully and coexist with students still undertaking the 844 curriculum in the institutions that they are joining.
The COP31 climate meeting is now expected to be held in Turkey after Australia dropped its bid to host the annual event. Under the UN rules, the right to host the COP in 2026 falls to a group of countries made up of Western Europe, Australia and others. A consensus must be reached, but neither country had been willing to concede. Australia has now agreed to support the Turkish bid in return for their minister chairing the talks following negotiations at COP30 currently being held in Brazil. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's 12 minutes after 6 o'clock, and welcome to Thursday. Joe and Kev, good morning.
Good morning, Ndu.
How are you?
Great. Wonderful day today.
It is indeed a wonderful day today.
Looking cool, calm. Almost said collected.
Almost collected. We'll put it all together in just a minute.
Precisely.
How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
Of course, it's one of those big days in our republic.
Is it?
The State of the Nation.
Right.
What is the State of the Nation?
That's a good question. Or what will you be told the state of the nation is?
Or what
let's
do
not
you
preempt.
think the state of the nation is?
We're not going to preempt that too much.
I think it's going to be a day of entertainment and a lot of attention. People are excited, but I think it's a Thursday. It's a good Thursday. Should be a bright and nice day. Hoping to see how it unfolds, you know.
Indeed.
The country is full of anticipation of so many things.
There's a lot.
There's a lot going on. So we better hear the right things at least.
At the very least, let's see if we'll hear the truth today.
Oh yeah. And of course, coming after one of those other big days for the men.
Yeah.
I was at a function yesterday. The whole day ran without even the men realizing that it was actually International
Men's Day. Yeah.
Until one young lady had to wake up and take the microphone and said, "Happy International Men's Day, man!" And they're like, "Who is
you
it
guys
our
don't
day?"
even know that it's your day.
I felt good to be remembered. I was not aware, but I was remembered. I was remembered and reminded.
Yes, you were.
But it's one. I think we go unnoticed.
I know.
Maybe noticed, but it goes unsaid.
Said.
Yes.
If we don't hear it, if it's unsaid, we feel unnoticed.
Oh, well, you know what?
Right.
To all the men.
Yes.
Can I take this opportunity?
Finally. Please do.
On a day after the day.
Yeah.
To say that, you know what, guys? You are noticed, you are felt, you are appreciated. And if there were no men, I mean, for goodness sake, where would we all be?
Precisely.
So for every one of you who fills your role, for every one of you who does it with ambition, we celebrate you, we congratulate you, and we ask that the future will forever be bright for you.
Amen.
Happy International Men's Day in arrears.
Thank
we
you.
are glad that you are here.
Thank you so much, Ndu.
Sibas.
And all the men you are loved, right?
Yes, kabisa. Even those who did us dirty, but hey.
Oh, yeah. We shall forgive, but we shall not forget.
They helped you. That's what we say. And those who overdid it, they are not our representatives.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, okay. So, yesterday we weren't here. Sorry about that. So, my voice did a thing. And I was talking like Al Pacino in the winter. So it didn't really happen yesterday. But, you know, one thing that I was just very, very encouraged to see is that there were so many questions about where is it? What are you guys doing? Why are we not on air? We weren't able to do that yesterday. Sometimes we get under the weather, but we're back on top of it today to be able to be here. So thank you for keeping us righteous, folks. And we get back into the conversation this morning. So Ndu, Joe, and Kev with you this morning, getting into Kenya's biggest conversation, that is the Situation Room. But then EVE and Awuor kept their wheels of steel turning yesterday. And good morning to you, ladies. Karibuni sana. Thank you for joining us. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And we're getting into it this morning with our audience on KTN as well. Tuned in around the country, the region, and the world. This is the Situation Room. So let's get into it. Yes, today is that day. SONA takes place, State of the Nation address by President William Ruto. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that and what people have to believe, say, or analyze after that happens. We're going to do a bit of that in the room this morning. But before we do that, one of the things that actually propels a lot of what the president and the presidency say is this dream of becoming first world. The Singapore dream, Kenya's blueprint to first world status, is a conversation that we will be having at 7 a.m. this morning. We'll have that with economics analyst and lecturer at the University of Nairobi, Professor Exton Iraki. He'll join us with Chute Mohammed Said, who is the senator for Marsabit County. They'll both join us at 7 o'clock. This thing that we keep talking about, first world, Singapore did this, that, the other thing. If this is the blueprint, what are you ready to do to be able to get there? That's the conversation we'll have at 7. We will then look into an analysis of the State of the Nation address, promises, progress, and pain points. Joshua Nyamweya is an advocate and a governance and policy expert. He'll be in the room with Professor Alfred Omenya, who is a policy and governance expert. What is it that people should hear? And based on what they do hear, what then do we do with that information? It comes to us at 2:30 this afternoon. The president will tell us a thing or two or three. We'll analyze that before at 8 o'clock. And then we're going to round things off. Strategy for later days. We've been talking about your plan. What's your plan for the future? Future tomorrow, future next month, future next year. What will it look like? Christine Mutahi is the General Manager of Business Development and Corporate Insurance with ICEA Life Assurance. She joins us at 9 o'clock. Let's talk about the plan, guys. What are we doing for the future? Very necessary for us to do. And let's look at ways in which we can actually make it happen. Sawa. Yep. All right. That's what we'll be talking about today, and we'll get into it proper. We started the week into the West African Francophone nation of Guinea, and let's look into today's proverb. And it goes like this: the man on his feet carries off the share of the man sitting down. The man on his feet carries off the share of the man sitting down.
Interesting.
Hiya, go Basi.
Don't know why you're talking about men.
Men.
Are they 2.5?
Are they 2.5?
Yeah. The man on his feet. I think it's about responsibility and taking charge.
Yeah.
I see that the man on his feet is somebody who is assuming up a certain position.
Yep.
So those who are behind, or those who are with him, or that he stands for, either to speak or otherwise, he should bear that responsibility. He should not overlook. It's about being responsible to those whom you serve, in my opinion.
Yeah. Kevin?
I think it's really about the place of the man, whether in society, whether in the family, whether in the nation. And of course, the expectations of the people that therefore belong within that particular space, the nation, the family, the society, the community. What kind of man are you? And it therefore cements that the man on his feet requires that you have certain responsibilities, therefore, to meet for the people who are looking up to you. And of course, as I say, what a man can do, a woman can do better. So therefore, it means, in my view, that the men also need to be supported, to be on their feet.
I agree with that. This is interesting. Definitely about responsibility. I'm just thinking about the physiology of it. That when you're seated, there's certain weight that's taken off of your being. That you don't really have to do much to support anything because the seat is supporting you. When you're standing, your feet take the weight of your being. Just physically, and if you extrapolate that, then you can say the person who is in a position, the person who is filling a certain role, has a certain responsibility that the person who doesn't. So we can regard the person probably better. I think that we can actually regard them in the first place to say this person who is actually standing and filling that role in whatever capacity is doing something that nobody else can. So we can actually, or we should actually pay them some kind of due respect. Abby?
Thank you, Abby.
Right. By the end of this week, you'll be speaking your pidgin or something at the very least. All right, so tuning in this morning, folks. Yes, so the question is, everybody's asking, where were we? You thought it was your radio. There was nothing wrong with your radio yesterday, so let us just assuage all of those, issues. There was nothing wrong with your radio yesterday. Health issues meant that we couldn't be here, but getting into it this morning. So we are here. So we do what? We move. Yes?
Right.
People tuned into the show this morning. Thank you for tuning in. So tell the people who decided not to tune in today to come. We are here. We are here having this conversation. Peter Kiaria is tuned in this morning and says, good morning from Mombasa. Never allow your emotions to overpower your what? To overpower your intelligence. Never allow your emotions to overpower your intelligence. Good morning.
Amazing.
Peter. Robert Mbogot says, good morning, tuning from Mombasa. Kao Nyambura says, good morning, you are back. Yes, we are. Great. Karibu Kabisa. Thank you for being here this morning. Antonina Kehika, what happened yesterday? Good morning, Paul Lesana, but we're here now. Rose Gray says, good morning from Menara. Baraka Tele Kwenyu Leo Asante Sana. Daudi Lubale says, good morning. With all this morning addiction in SpiceFM live space, I'm not happy with how things are going nowadays. I'm very sorry. Sorry, Daudi. We will make sure that at the very least we will be here. Kicking, screaming, crawling, limping, we'll be here. Tuned in from Atiak, Uganda is Kisa Daniel. Karibu Sana. Isaac Ali said, I blinked yesterday and somehow politics sprinted past me like it was training for the Olympics. We only missed one day, but the headlines make it feel like I've been in exile. Sorry, boss. EVE, I don't know if we are going to apologize with a banner and fireworks or something. Raimtula Omar says, good morning. Tuning from Preston. What happened yesterday? We missed you guys. Paul Lesana. Ramtula, you're too kind. Thank you very much every day for being here. Agola says good morning. But what happened yesterday? Okay, let me say it one more time. I'm very sorry. The weather had us then not. The weather conditions, health conditions had us away, so couldn't broadcast yesterday, but we are here now, and the love is felt for real, and just makes us realize that we must keep doing what we do and doing it well.
Yes.
For sure. Mulini Bosana, sorry. Pole bana. Erica Warren says, good morning, guys. Daudi, Kamanya, do your Wi-Fi inakosa pin M-Pesa number to contribute, but don't ever go offline again when we are addicted to you the most.
Wow.
We've heard. Oh, in karaoke. Okay, we'll just read them. I honestly thought Jana was a glitch in the matrix when I couldn't find you guys off online. Karibuni, thank you. Sarah Kilonzi says, good morning, Team Spice. Good morning to you. David Mangara says, good morning, Team Spice. Jana kuliandaje kwani? You left us like destitutes. We were just roaming around. But glad to have you back. Brian Rono says, if you explain what happened yesterday, this is a toxic relationship. Wow, it's a toxic relationship. Boy. Christopher Thuku, don't worry, he's just getting into things. Sawa, so relax. Lillian Mongare says, good morning, missed you yesterday. We missed being here as well, but thank you then for even that you tuned in, and maybe not that you tuned in and didn't find anybody, but that you were worried about it. That is fantastic feedback. The sister says, good morning, glad you're back. The addiction is real. It felt empty. We thank God you all look better. You're looking better, Joe. You're looking better, Kevin.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Cyrus Singh says, good morning, Spice. What is the state of our education and SHA? Well, we'll see what we'll be told is the state. Yes. And then you can compare that with what you see to be the state and see if it fits. Right. Richard Odera says, good morning to you, Spice. Tuned in from Mikindani in Mombasa. It's about cosmetic promises, nothing tangible. We'll see. Ahero Kisumu's tuned in, says Joe Botiano. Zach, okay, what happened yesterday? Just we are here. Fiery Red says, good morning all. It wasn't just on my end. The show was offline really yesterday. Yeah, it was. But we're here now, Fiery Red. Richard Odera says, tell us what happened here yesterday. Were you all invited somewhere? Okay.
Right?
No. No, truth. We were just not here, but we were here. You get what I mean? Paul Ndete says, good morning. I swear Mbere North is a Kevin Hart comedy special venue of late. My friend, Mbere North, of people walking into other people's grandmothers' houses and being served tea by said grandmothers.
Yes.
My dear.
It's unfolding nicely, huh?
Very nicely.
It's quite comical.
Political connections.
Well, I wonder how these theatrics will end. I hope the people can surprise us.
It would be interesting to see.
Yeah.
That even so then you want to ask yourselves that if what we are seeing is actually the state of things, then how did the people of Mbere North then actually welcome and or perceive their most recent former member of parliament who is now at CS? Because if they're behaving this way, one would wonder. So how did y'all feel just 6 months ago when he was still your MP? If you've changed already.
It's a dicey situation to watch because again, remember there are also other candidates. It's not just the two. They're propping. You keep talking about psychological hacking is real.
Yeah.
There are other candidates. I think there are about 6.
There are.
About 6. But you see the prominence is being given to the DP, the Democratic Party, and the UDA.
And the UDA.
But we have Safina, we have, I forget the other name, but there are quite a number of other candidates. So I hope it can be now more when it comes to the ballot. Because the Mbere people must remember
that there are other people.
Everybody who is camping there will be out of that place come 28th. And they'll be left with the person that will elect for themselves.
27th in the evening.
Yes. So I hope the Mbere people can go for the right person whom they'll be with for the next 1 year, whom they want to be their representative in the National Assembly.
Indeed.
Ndujo, for me, actually looking at just the state of the nation and the state of the politics, and then you mentioned the grandmother's house. And I look at the condition of the house. In 2025, we are talking devolved governments. We are talking service delivery. We are talking about many things that really need to bother the political leadership.
Right.
But interestingly, even if you listen to their narratives around the politics, basically what they want to do, you don't get a sense that really drives you into getting the grandmother out of quote unquote the kind of suffering that is portrayed by what we see, because that what you see really speaks about a lot of things, particularly in our country. So beyond the 27th, I'll be keen to look at, we have given you the office. So what
next?
Yeah, what next?
And you see, the poverty index, as you say, Kevin, is not part of the discussion.
Yeah.
People are just there with goodies, tokenism, and trying to outshine one another. Unfortunately, even the government machinery itself, because I don't think it is constitutionally correct.
It isn't.
To have the CS out campaigning.
It shouldn't be.
The deputy president out campaigning.
I don't know if you remember, but some of the voices who are currently campaigning were some of the voices who, when Uhuru Kenyatta was still president, were saying you should not actually be using government resources and in government positions to be out there campaigning. pot kettle black situation?
I'm aware to that. So let's see. And there's an interesting character there. His name is Lawrence Ireri. He campaigns on a bicycle. He's a candidate.
Yes, he is.
I hope that's the Safina Party candidate.
We hope that people are seeing.
People are seeing and they do the right thing.
All right, quickly through some more greetings this morning. Somebody calling himself Must Go says, Kaongo says that we need 4 trillion shillings for us to be a first world country. There's a conversation that we will be having this morning, so let's see what it actually takes. Rogers Nyange says, good morning from Voi. Atieno Hamjamboni from a steaming hot Kilifi. Send us some rain. There was an artist in the 90s in Nigeria called Majek Fashek. There was a song that he sang about send us some rain. He was talking about other things in the economy, but just reminded me of that. The Kikombe says, good morning. When you hear of billions unaccounted for, focus and picture this fact. If you buy a 200,000 shilling iPhone every month, you'll keep upgrading for 416 years before you hit 1 billion shillings. Focus on 1 billion. Donge. Focus, that's 1 billion. I love those because that helps us see things in some great perspective. Pan-African Kenyan says, good morning from Nairobi. Perps Carey says, good morning, glad to have you back. Yesterday we felt homeless. Oi, these destitute motherless children. Sorry, but we're here, guys. Churchy. No, and I say that, of course, in jest, but, we hear it for sure. Chechi says, please don't delete our concerns whenever we post them here. I don't know that anything was deleted, but okay. John Courier says, good morning, Spice, tuning from Qatar. And Angel China says, today was my first day at my home. I woke up searching for Spice. Big up to my wife, Eve Akora. Okay, good morning to you. Christopher Thuku says, Sawa Sawa, I just had PTSD from Jana. Glad you all are back and better. Tune in from Boston, Massachusetts. Thank you so much, Christopher. Boangi Juma says, first-class country has the 3 broad qualities: economic stability and prosperity, infrastructure, and public service. Is Kenya even smelling any of these? Well, we'll talk about that. Mashari and Njeri says, good morning, Team Spice. I kept moving from YouTube to X. I was heartbroken. I'm sorry. So now we can put some soothing balm on your heart and we can get back into things this morning.
Pole sana.
Kennedy Ongwai says, good morning. Nilidhani tumezimiwa baada ya interview ya Robo on Tuesday. Hapana. Hillary says, Moses from Machakos, you almost made me uninstall YouTube thinking there was a glitch on my side. Good morning all. Ndu, your hairstyle is on point. Asante sana. It's real. People say that it is real, every inch of it. Margaret Gathoni, missed you, Jana. Asante sana. What really happened? Sickness does the thing on you guys sometimes. Dennis Mramba says, good morning. You're Dennis Mwargo from Mwakirunge. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Where is Mwakirunge? Very interesting. Where is that? But thank you for tuning in. Mwakirunge. Yeah, think about that. Where is Mwakirunge? Janie Nemo says, good morning, guys. Again, I thought it was a Cybercrimes Act that did a number on us. We're here. My princess, good morning. Why didn't IEBC fine Homa Bay County? They accused them of electoral malpractice too. Yeah, IEBC was looking for money. This is interesting. IEBC was looking for money for elections because they said maybe there will not be enough. So they fined some people yesterday, 1 million, at least 2 million shillings in the back. Contribute to the missing, the kitty that's not yet full enough.
Yeah. Revenue is a source of revenue.
Exactly. Right? So be careful what you say. Good funding IEBC. I missed you early yesterday. I'm glad you're back, says Mukohu Waere. Thank you so much. Kenya, good morning. Laivasha Iko Locked. Mbiu says, good morning. Another day to keep the hustle going. Kabisa. Mtuflani says, Kumbe, the situation room is like crack. Huh? Jana, I was just scratching and fidgeting. Ooh wee. This is the kind of crack. We like this kind of crack. It's what we do, these things, guys. Thank you for being just at least keeping us righteous to make sure that you know what's going on. We'll have the conversations, and this is a good addiction. Let's make sure that we keep delivering these particular drugs to keep the addiction going.
Yeah.
We'll keep it nice and spicy.
Kabisa. Yes. Kabisa. All right. So let's look into the headlines this morning, and I'll start off in the Standard, Kenya's bold newspaper. Real states of nation. Kenyans have spoken. They do not need another ritual of promises. They need a state of the nation that starts where the life is actually lived. In the insecurity, the hunger, the shuttered services, and the daily grind of 13 million households. Until leaders speak to that honest, painful baseline, every grand vision remains just another speech drifting above a struggling nation. And going by past rhetoric, it could be another session of oratory full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Wow.
This is what people anticipate that SONA will be today. But let's look at what matters according to this headline. Public finances. People worry that fiscal consolidation means more taxes, higher service fees, and new levies. The central question is whether more financial pain is coming. Corruption. A credible State of the Nation account must admit the scale of corruption and outline measurable reductions. Anti-corruption talk about candor lacks legitimacy. Devolution. Confusion over national versus county roles continues to affect access to services. Effective devolution should ensure Kenyans get services without needing to navigate government bureaucracy. The economy. The public is focused on jobs, incomes, wealth, opportunities, and the soaring cost of living. Infrastructure talk carries little weight without relief from rising food and household expenses. Security. Kenyans want honesty about crime, terrorism, cybercrime, illicit trade, banditry, and everyday safety. They expect a realistic plan to reduce fear and insecurity in public and private spaces. Household. The true measure of national progress lies in household well-being, food security, basic rights, income opportunities, participation in governance, and access to safety and justice. Governance and service delivery. Despite digital platforms like eCitizen, bribery, inefficiency, and slow services persist. Citizens want real improvements in service delivery, not just new payment systems. Like this one doesn't work because you got a hole in it because of corruption. Okay, ditch that, bring another one. Fix it. So let's have it work.
Precisely.
So we'll be asking the questions around whether the state of the nation is what is seen by the president and the presidency, or should the state of the nation be what Kenyans are experiencing, not just what they're saying, but what they're experiencing every day, and then what the presidency, government, wants to do about it. What should the state of the nation be? So that's a headline that carries in most of it. It's going into stories on page 2 and 3, talking about Kenyans worse off despite Ruto's loud promises, what teachers are expecting. Looking into some other headlines as well. Unmet pledges pile up as Ruto delivers his third SONA. And again, looking into more, People's First National Address starts by tackling household basic needs. Ruto democracy pledge under fire amid violations. And Kenyans are saying that SHA is still not meeting expectations. The Senate proceedings yesterday had one Nairobi Senator, Edwin Sifuna, say, come on, guys. The president told us himself, if you go to hospital and you're being asked to pay a bill, don't even report to the police. Call me. So the senator said, then do we give his number? Because many Kenyans need to call him.
Yeah.
Many Kenyans are still in a situation where they're registered for SHA, but it's not paying their bills.
And by the way, the saddest part of it is that such pronouncements, for me, they confirm how aware he is of the incompetence of his people and how the system is running is not working. Because at what point do you say, if my people don't serve you as they should according to the law, call me? That should not be a provision in law. You know.
And I'm just wondering, because you see, in certain jurisdictions, when the president or the head of that particular jurisdiction says, call me, the call should be effective. So that the president's number should be public, so that any official's number should be public, and that you can actually be able to call. But I think the kind of arena that we are playing within is one of disbelief, lots of unfulfilled promises, and it appears as if it's like a joke. Like, call me, you know.
Because I know you're not going to call me.
Yeah.
And I know that even if you tried to call me, you will not be able to get through.
Exactly.
Or even if the number that you're given goes to some dial-up box somewhere. Because it's a joke.
It is.
People, and I keep saying, if somebody tells you something over and over again, believe them. Believe what it is that they're telling you. By the mere mention of the fact that the president had to say, if you go, then call me, that means he is aware that there will be a problem. So you've already offered an interim solution by calling me. So you know that the possibility of somebody going to hospital and not getting their bills paid is real.
Yeah.
So how about you deal with that problem?
Before.
Yeah.
We talk about planning, mitigation. You know, before we roll out all these nice sounding policies, there has to be, the core has to be, how is it going to serve the normal Kenyan? You know, the recipient of this service, how is it going to be, provided to them comfortably and in quality. We don't need to have these loopholes whereby we are saying, no, if it doesn't work, tell them the president said I should not pay. Tell them the president said you should call me.
You tell me.
That's not the
you
system.
You tell me you are in hospital in Mama Lucy.
Yes.
Then you're being discharged. Then the person at the front desk on your discharge says, Bill Ambai, we've paid 12,000. The rest of your bill is 86,000. Then you say no.
Call the president.
Call the president. You tell me how you think that's going to play out.
And I know there are so many young mothers who had newborns. I think for the last 3 months we've seen them in various hospitals where they were being held because of unpaid bills.
Nominated Senator Karen Nyamu tells us that the reason why those ones are still being held in hospitals is because they are not SHA registered. That's why all of them who were held in hospital were not registered by SHA. Take that with a bucket of salt.
It's a problem. And the essence of a government in place is really to make the lives of the people better. And it's quite unfortunate that we keep talking about these very important issues in our country, but it's as if the leadership or the political class is on their own. And Kenyans are on their own. And especially in the era of, elections, by-elections, and the upcoming election is an opportunity for the people now to look at who our leaders, true leaders are. Therefore, it's
the state of the nation. We are talking about the state of the nation.
They don't regard. To care, I must regard you.
Okay.
They don't. Do you think that in the minds of those who are making such statements, that they're waking up on a Thursday morning imagining that there's a woman somewhere who's just been delivered of her baby and she's got other children at home who've not fed? Thank God they're on holiday now, but if they were in school, she's not sure how they're going to go to school, what little they need to pay for school fees they've been able to pay. Do you really think that upgrading the livelihood of such a person and making sure that all that they need to survive is top of mind of those individuals? Do you really Do you really think that the person that we talk about, those people in Mandera who are waiting for water to seep out of the ground so that they can fetch it, and like I keep saying, it's the color of that wall, this water, seep out of the ground, not a community tap, not a dam, not a borehole, seep out of the ground after walking for hours so that they can fetch the water? Do you really think that person is top of mind of the people who don't even know the cost of a packet of milk, save for what somebody tells them? Do you think that that's what they're thinking about, or who they're thinking about?
Very, very unfortunate. It's a sad state of the nation.
That's the state.
Yeah, the sad state of the nation. And it's a call to our leaders, really. It's a call to the people who are given the sovereignty of the people to safeguard, and therefore, as Ndu says, to even regard what it is that the citizens are expecting. And it's a very sad state of the nation. Joe?
Yeah, I do agree. And as Kenyans, we must know. And I think we have to continue stating until the statement is well stated that we form a government in Kenya so that it can serve us. We form a government as Kenyans so it can serve us. So we don't need to have varying narratives that this government is working, and yet we, the people, know and feel it is not working accordingly. If they say it is working, for who? For whom is it working? Because definitely it is not for us. So we form a government. Therefore, let's do the right thing. State whatever is not working in your county, whatever is not working in this country, we should state it so that the statement can be well stated, and we, the statesmen, can take charge. This is our country. We have nowhere else to go. If we
stating
need
it,
people
yeah.
in Marsabit to have sufficient clean water, if we need people in Narok to have food, if we need people in Kwale to have security, if we need people in Marsabit to feel safe, it doesn't take rocket science. It just takes good governance.
Come on.
And those people that we have put there to serve us, we have employed them. I keep
Yeah.
reminding Kenyans that even if you're unemployed today, you have an employee called the president, because you do pay him either in advance, through debts, or through taxation. That is your employee. When your employee is not doing what they should be doing, please, there is nothing to think about. We change that until we get it right.
You see me sitting in this chair, people who come to work on a daily basis, they say this is your job description.
Right.
You're supposed to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you know I can come to work every day and I'll just be telling you,
Yeah.
Kevin, you know what?
It's working.
Yeah, I'm working. Okay, very good. Then I go home. Then I come and I say, Joe, you know what?
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
By the time you come tomorrow, I would have done 1, 2, 3. Then I go.
Yeah.
Then tomorrow we come. EVE, you
didn't
know
say
you
it.
did tomorrow. Don't you think that by Friday like this, somebody who sits in HR, somebody who sits in quality will ask, excuse me, how
What did
far?
you say again you are doing?
That's why they put you on that thing, probation. Then after that, they put you on PIP.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when they see that things are not working, you get out.
Yeah.
No question. But somehow we seem to think that it should be different.
Especially
I'm
for
just saying.
for a governance that a government that has some seemingly strong governance systems, like you talk about the delivery units, both for the national government and the county governments, and domiciled at the office of the president. What do they tell the president about the nation? What do they tell him about SHA? What do they really tell him about the
That's a good
education?
question, actually.
What do those people who use the same roads like we do, and I imagine they walk to the same health facilities like we do, what really do they tell the president? Of course, some people, I have a few friends there who say, but he doesn't listen to us. So leave. And like Ndu is saying, before the HR catches up, be the HR of the people and say, by there I was there, and it doesn't work. These things that we write every day, they are not true and they are not what we see, because otherwise it's going to be a cyclic venture.
It's why I'm more inclined to agree with those who advocate for constitutionalism. That people should grow up, gobble, ingest, imbibe, live what the supreme law of the land says. Because if you do, then what comes out of your mouth is a demand for the thing that the law says to be done, and that you will not stomach anything else. We do what the law says. If you're not doing what the law says, we stand on the road until you do, or until you go.
I was shocked, just having some banter, and then a conversation came up. How Kenyans get angry when a conductor decides to hike bus fare. Going home, it's supposed to be 80 bob, and then he says it's 100 now, whether it's because of traffic or whatever. Kenyans become livid.
At that
so
point.
angry at that point. Hatulipi, and they'll even may refuse to board.
Yes.
But we pay taxes, 400 billion KRA collects, thereabout. When it is misappropriated, we don't complain. We don't get angry enough. So how are we not able to relate
to this? Let me give you another example, because I know you need to look into the nation.
Right.
Just last week, the folks who were boarding the SGR to Mombasa, there was a gentleman who got onto the train and he was inebriated, understood.
Yes.
And apparently you're not allowed to carry on alcohol or drinks onto the train. But he said, I bought this alcohol in your station where it tells me that I can buy, come in. The police came in, the people of the whatever said they wanted to remove him. In his right, he was correct. Because I purchased this alcohol at a point where you're allowing me then to enter with drinks. The people on the train said, which Mombasa? We're not going. This guy did nothing wrong. We are not going. It's either he goes with us, you leave him alone, or all of us, we are not going. So which one is it going to be? Kenyan said never. In the face of injustice, Kenyans stood and said, no, we will not allow this to happen. So you're right. What happens when trillions of your money is backed up in debt? trillions towards development that didn't happen, but somehow we don't make the connection that this is the same thing, the same behavior that was not allowing this man on a train or the person in the matatu. It is the same thing that
and
takes
I
your
think
taxes.
that should really be the spirit, solidarity. That when we have no running water in our communities, that we stop things when the roads are not working. Don't just repair the one that gets you into your gate. Organize and stop, the community to stop, mechanisms that will ensure that the people who are supposed to therefore repair those roads, repair them. If our health facilities are not working, let's storm in and move and ensure that the right things are done. I like that spirit, and it has to be the spirit of the nation, of the spirit of the state.
That's the state of So maybe the guys who are doing the address this morning, hawajamaliza ones, they're still finishing touches.
We hope.
Maybe we're giving them.
We hope.
What to skize?
Joe, you want to look into the nation?
Yes. The Daily Nation talks about basically the same thing, promises versus reality. I think everybody is aware that whatever is being portrayed by the government is really not what is happening. So they try to give they're trying to compare. There is a promise, what was promised, like in the health sector, implement universal health coverage, ensure equitable access, reduce corruption and improve efficiency. That was the promise. The current status, that SHA debt crisis is at 76 billion, continues to persist. The Rural Urban Private Hospital Association hospitals are all 15 billion, and they're still expected to operate. Many have abandoned SHA. So if you go to that kind of hospital, even though you're SHA subscribed or SHAnized, you may not. You just remember you're not covered. So the healthcare remains expensive despite more registered health facilities. So a lot of promises were made in the agriculture sector, in the finance, and also the education. But we have 87,000 ghost students.
Again.
Oburu, I think the ODM wrangles are still ongoing. He says why he had fears of post-Raila family fallout. We see how that develops. I think they also may want to separate the politics from family.
I think that was necessary to do. In Mombasa, when we did hear Junior Odinga say "my uncle," and it became a thing because once you say that means that you're injecting family into this political thing, which I think Junet Mohammed quickly came in and this is the thing about, there was so much nuance and innuendo in what people said after, and if you're smart is when you hear exactly what they're saying. Essentially, he's your uncle, but he's not our uncle. This is a political part.
Kind
Many
of
thing.
of
us involved.
Yes.
And page 6 of the Daily Nation speaks of a very key issue: state weaponized digital platforms to quell protests. It's talking about online harassment, trolling armies, unlawful surveillance, internet shutdowns, mobile phone tracking, and coordinated smear campaigns were part of state-sanctioned strategies used to weaponize Kenya's digital infrastructure during the 2024 and 2025 Gen Z protests, a new report says. So there's a bit of gagging on the voice of dissent. People are not allowed to state. Today we are stating.
Stating.
And today we are stating. So it appears that the state is trying to get in the way of people stating what they should be about our nation, because we only have one Kenya. So basically the highlights from the Daily Nation. And we see how the stories develop.
And we hope, Joe, that there shall be no shutdowns of internet.
Yes.
Particularly as we approach the political season. In one of our neighboring countries, we saw a similar thing seemingly happening.
Indeed.
And so as we talk about digital platforms against youth employment as part of the spaces that young people have, to give themselves jobs, we hope that there is going to be a revamped engagement that does not stifle the voices.
We hope.
We hope.
Yes.
You want to look at the star quick?
State of the nation. May I please have the star? I have no copy of the star.
There you go. All right.
Okay, so on the star today, the Cold War between Raila Oburu families. Stop fighting me. I didn't campaign to be party leader. So that is Oburu asking not to be fought. And so we have, for instance, page 4 and 5 talking about the same story. Inside Cold War between Raila and Oburu families, and a fresh power tussle appears to be brewing in the ODM hierarchy, with simmering tensions between party leader Oburu Oginga and his late brother Raila Odinga's family over the party's direction. The rift spilled into the open after Raila's daughter Winnie fired a warning shot last week, claiming some people wanted to sell the party at night, a remark widely interpreted as targeting senior party officials. So ODM at 20, the rift, the Cold War between the families, etc. On the same headline of the Star, IEBC fines Kasipul candidates 1 million each. And this is meant to instill discipline, and they are saying IEBC Electoral Code of Conduct Enforcement Committee Chairperson Alutalala Mukwana with other commissioners during the ruling of the hearing for Kasipul constituency by-election at Anniversary Towers, Nairobi. That was yesterday. So there is a photo there that has the commissioner and the candidates, right? Kasipul constituency by-elections candidates, Philip Aroko, who is running as an independent candidate, and Boy Duere running on the ODM ticket. On this story on page 2 talks about cash crime and chaos. So cash, crime, and chaos. The chilling case of Willis Ayeko.
Yeah.
And page 2, therefore, of course, gives us the story about a witness who is testifying on how the man used an ID of murder victim to withdraw cash. Court hearing, of course, chilling details of Willis Ayeko's murder case. There's a gentleman who was an officer of one of our companies who was murdered. So on the Star page 2, we have the story there. Moving on, of course, is page 4 and 5, still on ODM. And then on page 7, we have Senators summon Mudavadi over state of silence on Kenyans suffering abroad. A big story, therefore.
Yeah.
And lawmakers have expressed outrage over what they termed reluctance to intervene when citizens are killed. Ndu, what is patriotism?
Oh, my Lord. Well, this is it. Country over everything.
Yeah.
Man for country over everything. That's what patriotism is.
And I wonder, because in some countries, and we'll be talking about Singapore, I am told that in certain countries it is hard to find a citizen of an X country suffering in another Y country, and the country's leadership is silent.
Well, I mean, that's why you have the United States came up with the Patriot Act just for that.
Precisely.
An American did whatever they did wherever. Bring them home first.
Yeah.
Let's deal with them at home.
Yeah, once
we
they're
are not
here.
giving you to Patriot.
So you're saying those countries don't have Mudavadi as their CS for?
Oh yeah, they do not have
just checking.
a one like Mudavadi.
Okay.
And so here on page 7, you get the story. Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has been summoned by senators who accuse the government of maintaining a loud silence, in quotation marks, as Kenyans endure suffering, torture, and mistreatment abroad. So during this heated debate in the Senate, lawmakers expressed outrage over what they termed the state's reluctance to intervene when Kenyans are killed, arrested, or mistreated abroad. But thank God, Bob Njagi and Nikoyo are back.
We do thank God for that.
Yeah.
I want to look into one story quickly before we get to the top of it. It's actually in the Star. It's on page 2 of the Star. A couple who lived together 24 years were not married, rules the court. A man and woman who lived together for 28 years, during which they gave birth to 5 children, were never legally married, according to the Court of Appeal, and it has upheld that ruling. In a judgment delivered on the 7th of November, Court of Appeal judges Francis Tuyot, Lydia Achode, and Agri Muchalule ruled that cohabiting only gives an assumption of marriage but cannot transform a relationship into a marriage. The judges made the ruling in a case where a man had sued his partner for selling their matrimonial land without his knowledge. Court documents show that the man's relationship with the woman began in 1980 and they cohabited from around 1982, having 5 children together, although only one survived. However, at the Environment and Land Court in Malindi, the judge concluded the couple were not legally married because no dowry was paid and there was no marriage certificate for their union. Aggrieved, the man approached the Court of Appeal seeking to quash the judgment. He claimed to have bought the land in question having provided the funds for its purchase. He alleged to have paid 197,000 shillings out of the full purchase of 200,000. However, the title deed was registered in the name of the woman. So now he would say the title deed is the name of the woman, but because we have been married, then I should also have access to it. Judge said,
and I gave the money. I gave the 197 out of the 200,000.
I think
Judge said no, it's in the name of the woman. But you remember the law is clear.
Yeah.
There's no marriage certificate. Nobody saw evidence of a cow or two passing through somewhere.
Yeah.
Or you did not go to some Sharia house somewhere before.
Did not sit.
Cousins did not sit.
Yeah.
Uncle did not drink palm wine because he brought. So go and marry. All of you who are sitting saying that we are living together and we are married, Judge has said go and marry. If
but
not,
then it's interesting. Joe, before you come in, I was passing through Harambee House yesterday morning, and just around Sharia House, I saw a group of people who are going to get married. And so some of the ladies were dressed in very nice, wedding attire. And in the group, there was this Kamzungu gentleman who kept smiling and he looked really excited. So I reached out and I was like, wow, how are you? What brings you to Kenya? So he was like, yeah, we are here to get married. I was like, no wedding, no nothing. They said, no, this is what it is.
Paper.
Yeah. And he said, yeah. So the wedding can stay. All these other ceremonies can do. But we are here for the document. And I thought that was really the meaning of marriage.
There is.
So all of us men post yesterday, Joe. Kama hauna karatasi.
I agree, but the Marriage Act, we may want to interrogate it. It had some pronunciations that came, I think, the latest.
Yeah.
But if you cohabit for, I think, about 7 years or thereabout, you are deemed to 6 months, maybe even living
But they came later and amended it because of this kind of
That's
thing.
what I'm saying. We need to interrogate it so that people can be well aligned. You hear that family, they had 5 kids, although it's only one who is surviving. So that qualifies to be a family of some sort. 24 years is a long time. Unfortunately,
somebody should have mentioned, like I said, paper should have passed. A cow or even a cow's cousin should have passed.
People should have
somewhere. People should have sat and broken kola nuts on top of your head. If not,
but really,
you are not married.
If you look at the African traditional and the cultural meaning of marriage against the expectations of government, I think it is important that we are able to merge the paper and the cultural expectations.
True. There must be a merging of the two. And that takes us to 2 minutes past 7, time for the news with Mr. Lesamira. We'll be back after this.
Amazing.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto will deliver his third State of the Nation address before a joint sitting of Parliament later today. Ruto is expected to use the sitting to outline his policy priorities, reflect on national progress and highlight his achievements. His administration is under intense pressure to ease the financial burden on households as prices of numerous daily essentials have surged, according to data from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. The most severe pain has been in the food basket, a category that carries the heaviest weight in the consumer price index, eroding purchasing power and stretching budgets to breaking point. For example, the price of sugar skyrocketed by 22.6%, while the cost of sifted maize flour and fortified maize flour rose by 16.4% and 16.5% respectively. A new report by Amnesty International accuses the Kenyan government of using technology to suppress Gen Z protesters in 2024 and July this year. The report links 128 deaths, 83 missing persons, and over 3,000 arrests to protests against the Finance Bill 2024. It says police use social media crackdowns, false information, and arbitrary searches to violate young people's rights. Amnesty International also raises concerns over the security of citizens' data, alleging the government access individual accounts without consent, and criticizes the X network for failing to curb hate speech against activists.
Smear campaigns became the core tools of the state to undermine the credibility and reach of government critics. Some of these tactics facilitated and were later used to justify arrests, enforced disappearances, and the killings of notable protest organizers.
Massive intrusions of surveillance have taken place over the last 1 year. And let's be clear, it's not just that people's rights to privacy has been undermined, but many of the cases we've discussed are related to serious crimes related to enforced disappearances, related to deaths and fatalities.
Tharaka-Nithi Governor Muthomi Njuki has been elected Deputy Chairperson of the Council of Governors, replacing Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga, who was ousted over controversial remarks about former Prime Minister Raila Odinga's death. Njuki, who previously led the COG Health Committee, had been serving as the Council's Chief Whip. Governors unanimously endorsed his elevation during a full Council meeting in Naivasha. In his acceptance speech, he pledged to help steer the Council toward unity and stronger collaboration with the national government. At the same time, Baringo Governor Benjamin Cheboy took over Njuki's former position, the COG's Chief Whip. Foreign Affairs CS Musalia Mudavadi has confirmed that 2 Kenyans remain in custody in Tanzania following arrest after the October the 29th disputed election. Speaking in the National Assembly, Mudavadi said all other detained Kenyans have been released.
Following the intervention by the government of Kenya through the High Commission, all but 2 of the detained Kenyans have since been released. The remaining 2 individuals are Mr. Samuel Kagila and Stephen Ndungu Kimani, who are currently held at Arusha Central Police Station. The mission remains actively engaged with Tanzanian authorities and efforts are ongoing to secure their release.
He also reported that the body of Kenyan teacher John Ogutu, killed during the protest, has not been found. Mudavadi said he'd written twice to his Tanzanian counterpart for clarification, and Kenyan embassies in Arusha and Dar es Salaam have so far been unable to trace the body in hospitals or morgues. US President Donald Trump announced on Wednesday that he signed a bill ordering the release of all files related to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The bill requires the Justice Department to release all information from its Epstein investigation in a searchable and downloadable format within 30 days. Trump previously opposed releasing the files, but he changed course last week after facing pushback from Epstein's victims and members of his own Republican Party. With his support, the legislation overwhelmingly cleared both chambers of Congress, the House of Representatives and Senate, on Tuesday. Trump was a friend of Epstein's for years, but the president has said they fell out in the early 2000s, 2 years before Epstein was first arrested. Trump has consistently denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country, we are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, we're getting into things this morning. It's 11 minutes after 7 o'clock, and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Getting into the second hour of the conversation this it's Thursday. My goodness. It's, I beg your pardon. It's Thursday. It's the 20th of November. Evie, you know it's the 20th. You know what I'm saying. It's the 20th of November. There are 10 days left in the month of November, and then we're going to get into December proper. And so you must be asking yourself many different questions right about now. Even as you do that, let me tell you something, that it is a great time for you to celebrate a number of things as you get towards the end of the year. And that Naivas is saying, how about we start to get into celebrations Kikwetu style, and that we will not say that you would miss out on something just because you did not go to a Naivas Kiloko, or in other words, a Naivas near you. So do we have the opportunity to celebrate? Yes, we do. And how exactly are we going to do that? Well, the year is coming to an end, and the folks at Naivas are saying that you need to get ready to kick off the festive season Kikwetu style. We're talking about unbeatable deals, flash sales, and deals of the day, up to 60%. This is your chance to stock up, gift early, and enjoy value that truly saves you money. Okay, listen up. Naivas is celebrating 35 years of Kikwetu excellence in a big way. Through the Naivas at 35 Kikwetu promotion, they're saying asante to all Kenyans with amazing prizes weekly and monthly. They're giving away 6 cars, 45 motorcycles, fridges, cookers, microwaves, and even the iconic Naivas Mbuzi. And this time, some chicken to spice up your Christmas. The best part, you could win instantly at the till every day. Everywhere. Just make sure you're a Naivas loyalty member. How do you do that? Spend any amount and you're in. So shop, save, and win Kikwetu style at a Naivas Kiloko near you or online. Black November, the Kikwetu way, only at Naivas. Saves you money every day. Talking about saving money and also trying to be responsible, there are certain things that we're going to talk about as we get into the conversation this hour. And it's necessary for us to do so because, again, today being the State of the Nation addressed by the President, just a week ago, he, on an international scale, gave a clean bill of health in terms of the economy. Time without number, from advisors to cabinet ministers to the presidency, we've been told that Kenya is heading towards first world. And the things that they have done for this to happen is that they have actually set things in motion that will allow things to get to the first world. And that forms the basis of the conversation that we'll be having this morning. The Singapore Dream, Kenya's blueprint to first world status. Two guests join us in the studio this hour. Professor Xen Iraki is an economist, and he is an economics analyst and a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. He's here with us this morning. Professor, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you. And yourself?
I have noted that I'm already in the Christmas mood from my tie. You can see the snowman.
Yes.
Yes.
Snowmen, Christmas trees, such things.
That's one way to cheer yourself up.
We might ask you to sing a song by the time we are halfway.
I used to be a singer when I was younger and more innocent.
Oh. Wow, now you know. We can do something with that. I'm sure.
You have to pay me to sing for you.
Mr. Moneybags is to my left, so maybe he can make things happen. Chute Mohammed Said is the senator from Marsabit County. Joins us for the first time in the Situation Room. Good morning, Senator.
Morning to you.
Thank
you for being here today.
Karibu sana. Thank you so much for joining us. Glad to have you both here. Who are we to step away from tradition? Because we go to a different African country every week. We come back from that country with their proverbs. And others would come with spices. But we say, you know what? Let us do the things that will stay with us for a little bit longer. And this week we are in Guinea. Guinea is a francophone West African nation surrounded by the likes of Senegal, Sierra Leone, Liberia, the Gambia. And their proverb this morning, an interesting one, and it says this. If I can, did it just disappear? Yes, it disappeared. But if I can remember, okay, here we go. The man on his feet carries off the share of the man sitting down. The man on his feet carries off the share of the man sitting down. We can start with you, Senator. How would you interpret that?
I want the professor to start first. Professor.
I knew that was coming.
He wants to be able to oversight you.
Yes. First, the poem is from Guinea. Yeah. So is it in French or is it in one of the traditional languages?
This is in one of the traditional. All of these proverbs this week are not from the colonizers' language. Sorry, they're from the traditional one.
So you said a man on his feet.
Yes.
Carries the chair.
The share of the man sitting down.
Yeah.
That looks like a semantic somersault, because if I'm on my feet, I will be the next to sit. So it logically follows that if I'm standing, I should look forward to sitting. And maybe I'm used to so much to sitting that it makes sense for me to let the person who wants to sit. I think it just tells us to be generous. Yeah, that you don't need to be that greedy, that just because you are standing up, you must give the seat to somebody who is also standing. You can be generous and give it to whoever wants it.
Sure.
That's the way I see it.
I think maybe the guy who is standing with the chair wants to unseat the guy who's sitting on the chair.
That's a politician.
That's a politician. Yeah, it's possible.
Yes.
The fascinating thing about the human mind is that it will then interpret or see things or in a different perspective than the next. And so that's the great thing about then being able to interpret these proverbs, because that we can all learn different things from different interpretations. Yeah. Well, one thing that may not need different interpretations, just a clean formula of how to go about it, is to move a nation progressively, economically, across board. For the longest time, when people have had conversations, especially on the African continent, for some reason, we point at the blue-eyed boy of economic development who was one time downtrodden, and that is Singapore. All the time we say, look at what Singapore did. Look at how far Singapore has come. Kenya has used that example many, many times. The president has talked about going first world. And the conversation that we have today is, Singapore is, just on the precipice of first world today. Is Kenya ready to do what it needs to do to get there? Let's start with you, Prof.
I think today I'm on receiving end. I don't mind. I think the issue of using Singapore as a benchmark to make Kenya first world country I've not been very receptive to it. I think we need to use more than one benchmark. And here are the reasons. One, Singapore is not a country, it's a city-state. So it is easier to manage a small city than a country that is as big as Kenya. And I will give you some staggering statistics. Singapore is 735 square kilometers. Kenya is 582,000 square kilometers. Simple mathematics tells you that Singapore is only 0.12% of Kenya. In other words, Singapore is less than 1% of this country. Number two, Singapore has about 6 million people. Kenya has about 55 million people. So in other words, Singapore is about 10% of the Kenyan population. So I don't know whether that is the best benchmark we need to use. Number two, when we say that we want to be developed like Singapore, what exactly do we mean? I know people who have a lot of money. We always think in development in terms of money. There are people who have a lot of money, but they are very happy. They are very unsatisfied. They are very unfulfilled. So before we think of how to be like Singapore, we need to define what it means to be developed. Because by the year 2055, that years from now, the concept of what is development might have changed. But in my opinion, we need to look at development in a more broader perspective. Maybe look at the Human Development Index, but also look at how happy people are going to be if they get more money. And number three, why I'm not very happy with Singapore is, why can't we use an African country as an example? After almost 70 years of independence for African countries, why don't we have an example to follow? But finally, I think wanting to...
Why don't we have an example to follow, or why don't we?
Why don't we have an African country that is the benchmark? And finally, I think from my heart, wanting to be like Singapore is a valid dream. I think everybody in this country would want this country to be like Singapore or even better. The question is how to get there. And I think that's where we should spend time discussing this morning.
All right. Senator, are we chasing dreams, or are these things that can actually become reality before we get into how it can be done?
You know, the issue of dream is not there. We've been there in 1965. Our economy was vibrant and very, very good. And our problem today, what the professor is talking about, the issue of landmass is not a big issue. Look at Dubai. We visited Dubai last year. And we went to Dubai University. And what we saw there, they showed us Dubai in 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, and what it is today. And if you look at where they came from, where they are now, that is a better example to look at, not even Singapore. And the issue of population is not a big issue. If you look at today, Marsabit, for example, we have rivers flowing. We have big chunk of land not used. If we take the initiatives to develop those areas, then the issue of population is not a big problem, or landmass is not a big problem. We need to look at Singapore, not only Singapore, Dubai, and many other countries. But our problem is not looking at somebody else. We need to look at ourselves. Do we have the capacity? Yes. Do we have the land? Yes. Do we have the resources? Yes. Are we using them well? No. That is our problem.
Interesting, Senator. You sit at the Senate.
Yes.
And devolution came in to try and create many Singapores in Kenya, the counties.
Yes.
So that now we could have, as you say, utilization of the resources in each and every county. And you look at Singapore, is the hub of Asia. Kenya is the hub of Africa, in a manner of speaking. But then you say our problem is that we are not able to. Is it because we cannot as Kenyans? But if we were to look at Singapore, they have a system, they have an economy that they are running in excess of the annual budget is I think $140 billion this last financial year. And much as they are smaller in number, they are effective in their system. We don't even have a functional county, because you could argue and say Marsabit might be too far. So then that is why a smaller county works like Embu. In terms of governance, where you sit, because that is where our policies are based, what would you say is the reason why Kenya is seeing Singapore as a mirage?
Our problem, devolution would have been the best thing for this country. But are we utilizing it well? No. The reason being is monies that are going to counties are supposed to develop those counties. Are they developing those counties? No. Why? Number one, a big chunk of that money goes to employment. almost 65 to 70%. If you are going to employ people, you're not going to develop. How do you expect to reach not even Singapore, even 10% of Singapore? That will never happen. Our problem starts from the grassroots, from devolution. So, are we doing something? Yes, we are trying to do as a Senate. And the problem we are being faced with are many. Number one, money is going to the counties are not enough. Number two, whatever is going there is being mismanaged to an extent of up to 50%. So if the money is mismanaged up to 50%, what do you expect to happen?
I expect senators who are the oversight of those monies to raise substantive motions so that we have financial controls. That's my expectation as a Kenyan, because every county has a senator who is supposed to oversight the misappropriation that you raise, which I agree with you.
Yes.
The wage bill might be higher, but these people are paid to provide certain services, which also are not being well executed. The expectation for us as Kenyans is that the senators will not come out and tell us money is being misappropriated. They will do the right action of oversight of those resources.
I totally agree with you.
Right.
Our job has a limit. What we normally do, we oversight. Some instances, we even write letters to EACC and tell them there is this and this that has happened. Please investigate. In some instances, they do. And that is our the best we can do.
Now, Professor, that's the worry we have as Kenyans, because we've set up a system of governance that has limitations and controls, as it should. But now we're talking of growing our economy. That's why Singapore is used as an example. Yet, one economist once told me that if you're having an economic question, it should not revolve about money. It should be about planning, strategy, and policies. Because those are the ones that will get us where we are going. From an economic point of view, when you look at our governance system, which we believe was supposed to be the cure of advancing us economically, are we still on track sticking to devolution, trying to make it work? Or is the problem not devolution and other things?
Let me make it even more interesting.
Right.
When we were writing the new constitution in 2010, we had done that benchmark, the US. So it appears anytime we want to move forward, we get another country as a benchmark. And I think that's the mistake we are making, that we don't want homegrown solutions, as Senator puts it, because nobody knows our problem better than Kenyans themselves. And let's go back to devolution. Devolution was seen as a silver bullet, that when you go to Njeri, when you go to Embu, when you go to Kisumu, when you go to Siaya, or when you go to Marsabit, people who live in those counties know their problems better, and they know their solutions better. But what happens? Those were supposed to be small Singapore, as you put it. But what we did is we mimicked the national government at the county level. We have a county service board, we have ministries, we have everything at the national level at the county level. But the problem was, they did not become centers of economic growth, they became centers of politics. And that's the problem that we have. Look at the amount of fight senators and others are always involved in, how to share the money. But nobody talks about where that money comes from. So if everybody in the countries is concerned about how to share the money, not how to generate it, if everybody is only focused on how to milk a cow, not how to feed it, that's why we have this problem. So the question we should be asking, and the center is right, we don't have the money for the national government or the counties. Where should we get that money to transform Kenya into a developed country by 2025? I think policies are there. I can tell you for free, Kenyans' policies are very good. Even Singapore and others and Botswana come to follow our policies. But I think what is just missing is linking our dream with the reality.
So, Prof, this dream that you are talking about, and Kenya has, just like Singapore, that had the Singaporean dream by the late Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew. Kenya has a dream called the Vision 2030. Isn't this a sufficient dream that is only shy of realization into 5 years to come? Are we meeting the dream, the Vision 2030? Are our strategies right? Are our targets effective? Will that be the vehicle that will get us to Singapore? And why Singapore? Why not comparison like Rwanda?
You know, if you're driving a car, if you buy a car, you'll be told whether that car uses diesel or petrol.
Yes.
What happens if you put diesel in a petrol car? you have problems. So I think the problem is us, and that's what we should be very candid about. Vision 2030 is there. We should probably come up with Vision 2055. But what are the nitty-gritties of doing that? And I'll give you a few examples. One of the things that made Singapore it is meritocracy.
Yes.
If you go to Singapore, people are given jobs based on merit, not based on who they are. So one of the ways to move a dream forward is to make sure that the right people do the right job. We do that in this country. So whether you go to the counties, whether you go to the national government, one of the biggest cries of every young man and woman is that jobs are not given on merit. So if I'm not given a job on merit, how am I supposed to propagate a dream and do the right thing? Singapore realized they did not have money, so they attracted out of foreign direct investment. That's what China did. That's what Vietnam did. That's what Dubai did. You attract people with money because you have right policies, you have right environment, you have right image. It will come and help you develop the country. Look at education. If we are going to have this 2055 dream, then we must have young men and women with the right perspectives, the right skills. So I know we are reforming CBE. I know we are coming up with a new education system, but does it fit the bill? And remember, we changed the constitution. Now we are changing the education system. But is it fit for the purpose? For example, if you go to the university, you find 75% of the students who graduate from the universities are in social sciences, not engineering, not STEM. So I think if we have to achieve Vision 2055, we must change the hardware, the software. The hardware is there. He put it very well, the senator. The hardware is there, but we must change the software.
Okay. And what is the software? Because I think we can go to both of you on this. Is we often use these words until they become like buzzwords now. Oh, we must develop. Oh, we must become first world. We must. What then is development when we really look at it? What are we talking about? That you can turn on the tap and there's water? That you can drive on a road that is smooth? What does it mean that your children go to school without having to pay? What exactly is development? Perhaps that will help us. But then also, can we really even aspire to want to be developed if we are battling with such high levels of things like corruption? Can you really even start to have the conversation where half of the money or the funding or even the attitude that you should be using to go towards these places is already scavenged?
You've mixed issues. Talking about software. 6 months ago, I was in Lake Turkana, and I went to a place where there is an institution, and some donors started some institution. And you know what they did? They train youths on how to do business. They are being taught how to do business internationally. They're being taught how to use computers. They go through the normal computer system, and then they are doing. It's a remote place.
Like a business process outsourcing.
Yes, outsourcing. And those guys from there, they go to some abroad, some Nairobi, and many other places. They are being given skills on how to do things themselves. What we lack here is when you talk about 2030, first of all, you start, if a child is born, he has to crawl first, and then walks, and then runs, and then other things. In 2030 vision, there was nothing like this. They wanted a child to be born today and walk tomorrow. That is not possible. What we are trying to do on issue of corruption, institutions, the institutions we have are not independent. If they are not independent, what do you expect? Our biggest problem.
They are by law.
By law,
like
the professor has said, we have one of the best laws in Africa. Let me say Africa. But the problem, do we follow those laws? No. And if we want to be where Singapore is, we need to start with 10% only. With this year, we do 10%. Another 5 years, we do 10%. After maybe 20 years, we reach 50% of where Singapore is today.
But Senator, allow me to ask. Yes. You say very well that we do not follow the laws that we have, and they are very good. And by the virtue of the office that you hold as a senator of this country, why is it that we are not following the laws that we have made for ourselves as a country?
The laws are made. And being broken by whoever is supposed to follow that law. Our problem is we need to have strong, independent institutions. If you want to eradicate corruption, we need to have strong, independent institutions. Let's say, for example, Parliament. It has to be independent. Judiciary has to be fully independent. ESCC has to be fully independent. DCI, IG has to be fully independent. If that is not achieved, then corruption will not be eradicated. It's not easy.
Senator, there's a question that Prof spoke about, and one of the things that I think he said was that if you look at the investments of countries like Singapore, and he made an example of the education, which of course contributes to the high quality human capital development. Kenya is struggling with simple services like education. But I know that counties have been charged with something or a program called the KIPES, the County Aggregated Industrial Parks. And if you look at the success of Singapore, is that manufacturing was one of their biggest inputs to be able to open up the country, bring in private sector developers and big macro companies like HP among others. What is the state of KIPES in counties as a senator?
The problems we are being faced with is management in counties. Like you've said, in Singapore, 15% of the GDP comes from manufacturing. And if you don't, let's say, for example, counties, we have 47 counties.
Yes.
Those institutions which are being managed by counties, if they don't have resources, or if the resources are not managed well, you cannot achieve what you intended to achieve. So what is happening in the counties now some are down, not complete. Let me give you an example. Markets are being built now in the counties by the national government through affordable housing. And if you complete those markets, then trading will improve. But are we going to depend on trading? No. We are supposed to depend on manufacturing. Institutions that will help manufacturing. How do you help manufacturing? You need to create experts. You need to create young boys and girls who can go into manufacturing with skills. And if you have 47 counties bringing in young boys and girls with good skills, today, in the next 5 years, we'll be somewhere.
But they're skilled students coming out of school, Senator, and maybe this, as I respond to that, could be a question then for Prof. Is that, Senator, we have engineers who are being churned out of the schools, public universities. We'll just take public ones. In the thousands every year. There are nurses, doctors who are also coming out of schools every year, skilled, who don't have jobs. There are teachers, interestingly enough, even after government has hired 100,000 teachers, interns, there are teachers who are trained in subject matter who don't have jobs. There are people who go through the hundreds of TVETs that we are told operate in the country, again, who don't, interestingly enough, they are trained. But then when you want to go into large infrastructure projects, we don't use them.
Yeah.
We bring in experts from other countries to do this same job under the guise of development agenda, under loans and that kind of funding. So then are we really serious about our development, Professor? Because interestingly, as we say that, we're training them, we're sending them to school, but we're not using them for the same development that we're saying that we are putting the thing into in the first place.
We are discussing a very interesting issue here. And even before we go to TVETs and our graduates, he brought something that was very important: institutions. Because Singapore and other countries have grown because they have strong institutions, institutions that outlive us. And one of the things that is creeping very slowly into this country, and nobody is raising an issue, is a lot of centralization. Now, when you have a lot of centralization, you kill institutions. And when you kill institutions, that's why corruption crops in, because people can do what they want, because the institutions are weak. So we need to make our institutions very strong.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big concern to me. Now, about counties. Counties have more than one problem. I know they don't have enough money, but they have another problem nobody talks about: brain drain. Now, the best point must have been, the best point in Siaya, the best point in Turkana, when they finish high school, when they finish university, where do they go? They all come to Nairobi or they go abroad. So if you don't have the best brains to make those counties small Singapores, just like what Singapore did, what is going to happen? So you have those resources there, nobody to manage them, nobody to come up with innovations, nobody to come up with new ideas. So I think it's a high time we made our young people, young men and women, stay in the counties and develop them. On county aggregation, parks, interesting. I know they are there, but for you to become a good businessman, you need a market. And if you look at Singapore, if you look at China, if you look at Vietnam, if you look at Korea, they had global markets. So one thing that we need to do is to link these aggregation parks to global supply chains. So that if I'm making something in a certain county, in Laikipia, wherever it is, if the Kenyan market is not big enough, let me take it to the East African market. Let me take it to the Egyptian market. But for us to do that, we must have a very good image in terms of branding. That Kenya is good in this, Kenya is good in this. Finally, when we think about education, because that is my space. You take kids, they become graduates, TVETs and also degrees and so on, you don't give them jobs. And why don't you give them jobs? Because there's no economic growth. Because if the economy was growing, we would be employing them. The few projects that you are talking about, roads and so on, are too few to stimulate this country's economy. But if the economy was growing at 10% as envisaged in Vision 2030, I'm sure we'd be even having Ugandans, Tanzanians, people from Ethiopia coming to get our jobs. The same way people do go to Dubai, the same way people go to US looking for jobs because the economy is demanding them. So the starting point is to make the economy grow, and then we are going to pull everybody behind. That's what happened in other countries. But for the economy to grow, then we must make the economy conducive for people to bring their money because they don't have enough money. But now if you talk to the business people, whether they are big or small, they are complaining about how hard it is. Senator, you're a businessman. Everybody is complaining how hard it is to run a business. So if we don't put those more basic things right, our image, the ease of doing business, we shall be talking about this even in 2055.
Which is going to be very sad. And as I come back to Prof, as Senator, I'll have you know that half the markets that are constructed are underutilized or not utilized at all. And you'll find vendors around the markets. They don't go into the market because it's a story building. That is, people don't want to go first floor, second floor to buy greens. All the vendors come out, you have no parking. So it's a story for another day. But we must look at the efficiency and the proper utilization of our resources.
But that is, I totally agree with you.
Right. Now, Prof, no country has ever developed by exporting their human capital. Because nowadays it's not even human resource, it's human capital. No country has ever developed by not manufacturing, by not tapping into industrialization. No country has ever developed by exporting all their raw materials in their raw form and then importing the finished goods. But that's where we are as a country. So I wonder, as we talk of Singapore, a country that has very stable and predictable tax regime, unlike us as Kenyans, a country that has strong institutions, unlike Kenya, but we have a more, perhaps, a better functional, if well supported, constitution and policies. But we are not able to fast track our growth to that direction of Singapore. What is our problem from an economical point of view? Because these systems do not run themselves. These strong institutions are run by men at the end of the day. From an economical point of view, what are the bits and bobs that we need to start working on and moving so that this machine can start taking us to 2030?
We start by believing in ourselves. That's a starting point. So if, for example, you have men and women who have been to school, they are graduates,
right,
and you don't believe in them. So it's very interesting how when you leave this country and you go elsewhere, you're in very high demand and people respect you. But within the country, people don't believe that you are capable. And if we can believe in our people that they are capable of building roads, they are capable of starting enterprises, they are capable of doing whatever they do, then that would be the starting point. We must believe in ourselves. I'm always fascinated by how people have been talking ill about 844. That 844 is very bad, so we need CB and so on. But I know men and women, boys, young men and women in this country who went to Oxford, they went to Harvard, and they excelled. So you can imagine why we need a new philosophical thinking. Because if we keep on telling our youngsters in high school that 844 is bad, there's not a good education system, then they don't believe themselves. They believe they'll not be successful. So we must make our young men and women believe in themselves. But they are going to start the next Google, the next Microsoft, and so on.
Or whatever that may be.
Manufacturing. I totally agree with you, because once you start a factory, you are going to have very many other jobs created around the supply chain, from the suppliers to the distributors to your accountants to marketers and so on. But the question is, what are we going to manufacture? That should be the starting point, because if we manufacture what everybody else is manufacturing, we're going to buy it. Okay. And that's why innovation comes. That can we come up with something that other people are not doing? And that is tied to your other question about raw materials. What can we do with our coffee? I've always asked this question: when did tea become English? English tea. I hear of English tea. Yes. When I went to England, I never saw tea growing anywhere.
They don't know.
But they've been able to make us believe it is their tea. So if we can now start value addition, and the president has been talking about that, value adding our materials, whether it is avocado, whether it is tea, whether it is coffee, whether it is minerals. Like now I heard we have gold in Kakamega.
Yes. Imagine.
Are we going to add value to that? Are we going to add value to anything we produce in this country?
Or, I'm sorry, if I can just interject there, Prof, is that even if you have the gold, are you going to develop to the point whereby the world, which has set a global standard for which gold then can be manufactured, processed, and then sold, is set by a big boys club out there who, according to them, are on same par? So you can have all the gold in the world.
That's true.
But if you want to sell it in the same world, they're going to ask you, okay, hi, where are you in this current standing? So does it not bring us back to the things that we are talking about in terms of how have you sorted out your backyard first?
I'll make it even more dramatic. Those big boys we are talking about, how can we fight them? I want to hear from any of you, including Senator here. When did you talk about East African community in your debates? When did you talk about African Union? When did you talk about COMESA? When you talk about IGAD? Because one way for Africa to fight with those big boys is to use the current institutions, East African community. We can debate, we can always negotiate better through East African community than as Kenya, through African Union as one country. So if we can now come together and negotiate as African groups or blocs, we shall get a better deal. But now what happens? Kenya goes to China, you have a bilateral. Kenya goes to another country, you have a bilateral. So at the end of the day, we can never talk with one voice.
Okay.
And finally, very important, and this is something we must admit, not because the center is here. If we have to develop, we must identify the role of the government. The government is a very important factor in development. Look at why Chinese companies have done so well. We have state-owned enterprises, and Chinese government gives them subsidies. Even these big Korean companies that you see, Samsung and the rest, the government helps them develop. Now here, we see the government as a hurdle in expanding your business, in making your business global, in making your business a multinational. So the government must also play its part in facilitating the growth of our businesses, build the borders, so that those markets we are talking about that are not in Kenya, we can access them elsewhere, being held by the government. Let me use one last example. If today I want to go and set a business in Ethiopia, and I go to the Minister of Foreign Affairs or Minister of Industry and tell them, I want to set this business in Ethiopia, what help shall I get?
I'm just wondering, Prof, because the question of manufacturing is a very big one. And of course, government investment and creating an ample environment for ease of doing business has to be cemented. But to the both of you, one is, of course, the question of manufacturing vis-a-vis value addition. And if you visit all our county governments, each county has something that they are good at. You go to Kisii and you imagine the soapstone, the women and the young people along the roads who are just, selling their ware without necessarily looking at what Kisii county government, for example, will be able to do. We've just been talking about gold in Kakamega. And these are stories that Kenyans keep hearing. The other time we were told about water in Turkana, among others. So must we emphasize manufacturing? Or is it about creating an ample environment to be able to value add on what is already existing? One. Number two is a question of on-source revenue. And Prof spoke about counties not being able to have enough money. But we have a big program within county governments on their ability to be able to generate their own source revenue. And there are lots of streams, over 100 of them, that each county has, of course, despite the challenges. Are we meeting our targets? Where are the gaps? And towards this journey to Singapore, what must we do to address these gaps?
Let me talk talk about own source revenue.
Yeah.
Some counties have done very well, like Kiambu County, Muranga, and also Narok County.
Yeah.
And many counties have to do even more. Own source revenue itself can manage those counties.
Sure.
But are they collecting them? No. That is our major problem. If they start collecting them, digitalizing them, they will collect a lot of money. But they're not collecting well. So the other issue you've just raised is the issue of value addition. There was a time we went as a Senate, we went to Dubai, and we went to Dubai Free Zone. You know what we found there? KTDA were packing Kenyan tea in that institution and labeled as tea from other places. Let's say, for example, you want tea imported into Pakistan or any other country. You put your label, you put your name, made in Pakistan, and so and so. But the tea comes from where? Yeah. And then we ask KTDA one question. Why don't you do the value addition here in Kenya? And he said, the problem we have is packaging materials are very expensive when it comes to Kenya. The reason being is VAT and taxes that are being charged by the same government. So how do you add value? Here in Kenya, you cannot. So again, you talked about manufacturing. What the government needs to do is draw a plan. If you look at cement manufacturing today, we are sufficient.
They have a big four agenda, and manufacturing is agenda number one.
Yeah, that is an agenda. But you need to have a drawing. You need to have a plan. That what do we need? What are we importing? How do we stop those importation? If you look at cement today, it's okay. We have enough manufacturing companies here.
Yeah.
Still, we do have, yes, that's fine. But there are other things that we need to manufacture, like sugar, for example, and many other things. And it is for the government to sit down and agree on what to do and how to help our local investors to manufacture them locally. I want to give you an example. The biggest problem our manufacturers are facing today is electricity bills.
Yeah.
The cost of electricity in Kenya is very high. It's up to 28 shillings per kilowatt hour.
Just gone to 33 for your information.
Sorry?
It's just gone to 33.
Yes, you see?
Yeah.
And when about, I think 2 years ago, we went to Ethiopia as a Senate, and we visited electricity generating company. And you know, the capacity they have is 13,000 megawatts of capacity.
Wow.
And they are giving Kenya 200 megawatts of electricity and Tanzania 100. But their capacity is 13,000 and mainly hydroelectric.
Wow.
Kenya is producing only 2,700. And the prices in Ethiopia is 0.7 birr per kilowatt hour. For manufacturers, is around 1.5, 1.7. How do you compete with East African countries when the electricity bill is high and labor is cheaper by almost 60%?
Well, Senator, I like what you say.
You understand?
However, my question is, you are the government.
Yes.
Because you are a sitting senator. And I like that you have benchmarked in these countries, Ethiopia, Dubai, and elsewhere. But we don't hear substantive moving motions in Senate for the nation or pronouncements that will help us as Kenyans by the virtue of the offices that you hold, whereby you come out and state that having benchmarked on this, having learned on this, having seen this, and comparing this the policy with the one we have here homegrown, this is the direction we need to take. Yes. Because we could talk about the problem until the cows come home, or until my white hair turns blue. However,
or ours turns white.
Yeah, or yours turns white. Correct, Professor. However, we need to hear, like, where do you stand as a government? Because you're a senator and you're the voice of the people, at least from the county where you come from. Yes. But nationally, you should be that voice that says, yes, we do have a problem, but these are the proposals we need to start looking at for us to take the direction Professor is mentioning of the journey to 2055.
I totally agree with you. we had a lot of discussions, especially when I came back from Ethiopia. We had a motion, and we discussed this a lot. Let me tell you, the problem facing Kenya today is private power producers. There were contracts signed before even this government came in, signed that expires in the next maybe 15 years. It was supposed to, the contract was for maybe 20, 30 years, but maybe, most probably, the contracts we have now will expire in the next 10 to 15 years. The cost of supplying electricity is expensive because of those private power producers.
Because you will pay for what they produce regardless of whether you use it.
If you don't use it, you will still pay.
Yeah.
Today is Thursday, and we are stating, because we are waiting for the state of the nation later today.
Yes.
Allow me, if I may state this way.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we beat around the bush for too long. We miss the mark. Could our problem be, or am I right to say that our problem is poor governance, poor leadership? The leaders that we have, and you are one of them, because you're a senator, are the ones who are not able to steer this.
I want to tell you, as a leader, we have a big problem. We, as leaders, will take responsibility. Not necessarily only the current leadership. Even the previous leadership left some issues and inherited by the current one, and still now continuing. And I don't want to run away from our responsibility. We'll take full responsibility.
Okay. Prof, we had a president called Emilio Mwai Kibaki.
Yes.
He spurred our economy with an old constitution. He took us closer to Singapore because we realized that, yes, we can increase our tax collection and we can tulipa ushuru tujitegemee. And he spurred the economy in a manner that really inspired us to develop even the Vision 2030. So the question of leadership comes into play. What are your thoughts?
I think that's something we cannot escape. In fact, when you talk about Singapore, you talk about Korea or another country, leadership always comes. In fact, the development of Singapore is associated with Lee Kuan Yew. The development of China and all other countries, there's always somebody there. And one of the questions I've asked in the privacy of my thoughts is that before they got the new constitution, President Jomo Kenyatta, President Moi, President Pat Mwai Kibaki, they had a lot of power. Suppose they had used that power to move the economy forward, it would be very far. So I think the big problem is that we vote for our leaders, but then we stop at that. Because politicians, we have one here, is if we don't keep on pushing them, they relax. So I think what the voters need to do is that once we get senators, MCAs, president, and everybody, we should always be forever vigilant. Because if you're not vigilant, they'll relax.
Allow me to bring in something, because we always use, since we're talking about it, and the Singapore example is one that is there. I believe it was Senator Okoh Mtata who said, if you want to be developed, then you must do what the developed did. Right? Yes. Because if that's where you're aspiring to do, some people have reached there, so do what they did. One of the things that Singapore has done, and I think that is the problem that is bedeviling a lot of our nations, not just Kenya, but also on the continent, is that they dealt with corruption with an iron fist. It is not a question about whether you can get away with 1, 2, 3. They didn't just talk about it, but they jailed, fined, and removed several people from office. No question. They have what they call the Corruption Practices Investigation Bureau. It's like the DCI on steroids. And they established this in 1952. You want to know who they've jailed and removed? They removed the Minister of State for Environment. As far back as 1975, they jailed him for accepting bribes related to property development in the same place where he was supposed to be working. The Senior Director for Public Works Department was jailed for getting kickbacks from contractors. Did it? Just from contractors, the things that we see happening every day here. Pending bills where? For getting kickbacks from those contractors, out, jail. Minister for National Development, you can compare that to one of the ones today, that's up to you, was investigated for taking bribes. He committed suicide because this is how bad it was going to be for him had he not. They continuously and regularly prosecute and jail police officers, custom officers, government executives, procurement officers. We're also looking at that in 2016. a chairman for development was jailed for 60 months after fleeing for 30 plus years. He ran away for 30 years and came back to the country. They still got him and jailed him for 5 years.
Institutions again.
Exactly. Institutions that work no matter the time. In 1996, the Minister for National Development, this is the one who committed suicide. Edwin Yeo was an officer now of this investigation bureau, was convicted and jailed for misappropriating $1.7 million and used the funds for gambling. Another one in 2012 was convicted and jailed, not for taking money, but for receiving sexual favors from a supplier in exchange for influencing contracts. Now, it goes across board. If you don't get rid of the bad behavior, impunity, corruption, you will be developing until Joe's hair turns grey or white or brown.
If you come in, if you watch the movie from Third World to First World by Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, that's on the story of Singapore. In addition to the successes, you realize that there is no favoritism. In fact, part of the movie...
The meritocracy I'm talking about.
Yes, and the meritocracy. That part of the movie is Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew's mother being brought to his office to be unwell. And then he says, why are you bringing my mother to my office? Take her to the health facility.
Next
to where you are, next to our village. In Kenya, even some of these health facilities next to the leaders' villages, senators' villages don't work.
Yes. You see, our problem, a major problem, I think you need to look at something people are avoiding to look at. Corruption starts from the villages. In Singapore, a politician seeking for votes will not bribe anyone. If you go to, for example now, ask for votes, you go to a village, they will tell you, don't tell us your stories. Don't tell us what you want to do. Don't tell us this and that. Give us the money. So, every village you go to, you pay money.
Senator,
let me finish.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Let me finish.
We have 2 minutes, maybe.
Yes. Okay. You see, by the time you are elected or you lost the election, you've spent millions of money. Then you are an MP, Member of Parliament, of National Assembly, or the Senate, or MCA, or for that matter, Governor or Woman Rep.
And President.
And the President. What are you going to do? The same people who took your money, you sometimes think of, how do I recover this money? On top of that also.
But it's not your money. This is the problem, isn't it?
This is the reality. And on top of that, every single day, someone will call you because of hospital issues, schools, and some small other problems.
Again.
Because of time, Senator.
Yes.
People call you.
Yes.
Because the system that you're supposed to make work, you have failed in your duty as a government. If SHA was working, people would not be holding Harambee for medical funds and other stuff. If our education was free, accessible, and quality, people would not be fundraising to pay school fees. However, so that's a point of note. You've said something very interesting about corruption. So I would ask an elected person like yourself, why bribe to go to office? If you cannot be elected on the issues that you want, why not walk away and let the people deal with their problem otherwise? Because we cannot justify corruption by saying, I bribed you to get into office, that's why I'm stealing your money so I can recover.
You see, it is not... See, let me be very honest with you.
Right.
You go to a village, that is the trend of the day. You go to, you're in Kenya, you're not from Singapore. This is what is happening in Kenya. You go to a village.
And yet you want to go there.
Yes, you want to go there. And I want to agree with you. There is something very important you've said. And I always have issues with this. Institutions, if you don't strengthen the institutions, the laws are there, you are in trouble. And our problem today, institutions that are not working the way they are supposed to work. That is our major problem. Even Parliament. I'm not running away from my responsibility also. We have a problem. You'll be told there is this and this law wants to be passed, do it in these few days.
Prof, as we close this,
if we have time.
Yes. I'm just wondering, do we need our own Lee Kuan Yew, and what must we do to get there as we also respond to some of the issues?
I think governance is definitely an issue, and I think next time when you go to the polls, let's vote for people who we think can take us to the position of Singapore. I'm not saying the current people can take us there, but I think that should be from the grassroots, from the village, as the center put it, up to the top. And I like, if you want to know how we can get to Singapore, I would request all of you to go to Marigat or Baringo or Mogotio and see ant-hills. Very tall ant-hills, some of them taller than me. They have been built by ants. Working together, each doing its part. So if Kenya has to become Singapore by the year 2055, each of us must do his part.
Correct.
From State House to the streets.
Absolutely.
If each of us does not do his part, we shall talk about this in 2055.
And that's a good point to end on, because that's something to think about. If the ants can build this thing that then becomes an attraction, an ant, and everybody walking in tandem doing its part, what more can we do? Thank you very much for both of you for being here this morning. The Senator in the Republic of Kenya for the county of Marsabit is Chute Mohammed Said. Professor X Iraqi is a lecturer at the University of Nairobi as well as an economic analyst. Thank you so much for being here this morning at 5:08. Good morning.
Thanks, Alisana. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
We needed one who did to discuss this issue.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The Attorney General, National Assembly and Treasury Cabinet Secretary have been sued over the new privatization bill. The petitioners claim the law could be prone to abuse as the Cabinet can authorize the sale of a parastatal without the approval of Parliament and the public. Abdul Hakim Dahir and Omar Farouk say the sale of critical infrastructure such as energy grids, water systems, ports, railways and telecommunications cannot be entrusted to a few individuals. They argue that the law has also taken away the powers given to the Privatization Authority. DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has dared President William Ruto to hit the campaign trail in Mbeere North as the rest replace former area MP Geoffrey Ruku hits up. Gachagua held multiple rallies in Mbeere North to back DP candidate Newton Kariuki ahead of next Thursday's election. He was joined by former CSS Mithika Linturi Justin Muturi, who accused President Ruto's administration of neglecting the constituency.
Tangu tupigie Kasongo kura, si miaka 3 imeisha ama injaisha tangu huyu Okoh afanywe waziri. Nafikiria ni kutoka April. Miezi 7 si imeisha. Mbona kutoka ile siku alimchukua akuanza kunjenga hiyo ndamu, akuanza kuleta ile maendeleo mengine mnaambiwa ataleta kesho.
Wewe Kasongo, kama unataka vita ya kisiasa, kuja Mbeere North hapa ukutane na Rigiji hapa kwa ground. Pana tuma wafanyikazi. Ya tuma mfanyikazi. Mimi sina shida na wafanyikazi yako. Na siwezi shidana na wafanyikazi. Mtu ya kilo yangu siasa Kenya ni Kasongo.
In a rejoinder, Ruku, who was in Mbeere North to drum up support for Leonard Wamuthende of UDS, said Gachagua has nothing to show for his stint in office.
Mheshimiwa William Ruto, rais wa taifa, ameanza siasa jana. Kama yeye alichaguliwa pale Mathera miaka 5. Miaka 2 akapatiwa kazi ya naibu wa rais. Akashindwa juu ya kukosa nidhamu. Juu ya kuwa mdomo yake na chuki, inatoa chuki kila siku, roho yake ni chafu, na anjui serikali na taifa inapelekwa mbele namna gani. Si mnajua maendeleo itapatikana kwa serikali? Si mnajua yule ataleta maendeleo ni Leonard Wamuthende? Kwa hivyo sisi wanjinga vile wewe Rigiji unafikiria.
The Mbeere North seat fell vacant after Ruku joined President Ruto's cabinet as public service CS. 2 police officers were killed and 5 others injured when their vehicle hit an improvised explosive device on the Liboi Kulan Road in Garissa County. Police said the Border Patrol unit's Land Cruiser was targeted by Somali-based militant group Al-Shabaab, which had planned the IED along the patrol route. One officer died instantly while another later succumbed to injuries. The attack follows months of relative calm after intensified government operations, which continue to target terror threats near the porous Kenya-Somalia border. Land CS Alice Wahome has said the ministry is digitizing land records to enhance security and prevent tampering. Appearing before the Senate, she added that automation will improve transparency and that the issuance of titles for public spaces and institutions has been fast-tracked in collaboration with the ESCC, DCI and the NIS.
We have also fast-tracked titling of institutional titles or public spaces, institutions, and also private institutions. We have continuously cooperated with investigative agencies, ESCC, the DCI, and sometimes even NIS, when issues of public property arise and the request for documentation is normally given with easy access. To this end, we have officers from the DCI domiciled in the ministry headquarters, and that has also assisted in terms of making the place a free corruption zone.
Chip giant Nvidia beat Wall Street's expectations for revenue and upcoming sales, easing investor concerns about heavy artificial intelligence spending that have unsettled markets. In its quarterly earnings report on Wednesday, the firm said revenue for the 3 months to October jumped 62% to $57 billion, driven by demand for its chips used in AI data centers. Sales from that division rose 66% to more than $51 billion. Fourth quarter sales for forecasts in the range of $65 billion also topped estimates, sending shares in Nvidia about 4% higher in after-hours trading. Nvidia, the world's most valuable company, is seen as a bellwether for the AI boom. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Up to 60% off on 900 plus quality items. Naivas Kikwetu Black November 2025 tunacheza kama sisi in a bigger and a better way just for you. Ukidai TV tukuna the best brands. Ukidai fridge tukuna the best quality. Ukidai blenders na microwaves utakuwa spoiled for choice. Na ukifanya shopping kuna amazing weekly and monthly prizes. Unaweza kuwa driver wa a brand new car ama senke this season. Usikubali kupitwa hiki kwetu Black November season. Shop at any Naivas store or online at naivas.co.ke. Save up to 60% and stand a chance to win big. Naivas saves you money.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And even as you're getting into your day, it's 13 minutes after 8 o'clock. And what are you doing? Kikwetu style is how we're going to celebrate, isn't it, as we get into the festive season. Let's kick it off with Naivas into this season. We're talking about unbeatable deals, flash sales, and deals of the day of up to 60%. We're talking that this is a chance to stock up. It's a chance to gift early and to enjoy value that truly saves you money. All right, listen up. Naivas is celebrating 35 years of Kikwetu excellence in a very big way. And through the Naivas at 35 Kikwetu promotion, they're saying asante to all Kenyans with amazing prizes weekly and monthly. They're giving away 6 cars, 45 motorcycles, fridges, cookers, microwaves, and even the iconic Naivas Mbuzi. And this time, even chicken to spice up your Christmas. The best part, you could win instantly at the till every day, everywhere. Just make sure you're a Naivas Loyalty Cup member. And how do you do that? Shop for any amount and you're in. So shop, save and win Kikwetu style at a Naivas Kiloko near you. It's Black November. Let's celebrate it the Kikwetu way only at Naivas. Naivas gives and saves you money every day. We are continuing with our conversation this morning. It's Sona Day, and as you wonder what is Sona, State of the Nation Address. It happens every year, and yeah, Sona Day, you like it, eh? We'll go with Sona Day. And the State of the Nation will be given this morning, or rather this afternoon at about 2:30 by the President in Parliament. And so even as we look into that this morning, 2 guests join us today. We're going to analyze this a little bit, and it's what is perceived will be the state of the nation, but the questions are what should be the state of the nation. Joshua Nyamweya is an advocate and a governance and policy expert, joins us this morning. Good morning, Wakili.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Karibu sana.
I'm happy to join you this morning.
Thank you for doing it.
Yeah.
And also joined by Professor Alfred Omenya, who is a policy and governance expert, joins us here as well this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
You well?
Yeah, lovely to be here.
Fantastic to have you. Good to have you here. And you guys were speaking in foreign languages earlier, but we are learning.
So the state of the nation.
State of the nation. It's also the state of the nation, isn't it? We'll look into that. But, as we normally do, let us look into the proverb for today. Our proverbs today come out of French West Africa, Francophone West Africa, and the country is Guinea, surrounded by many others, surrounded by a country, Liberia, which was former slaves from the United States, surrounded by Sierra Leone, former slaves from the UK, on the other side, Gambia, Senegal, to the north in some parts by Cameroon. So this is where Guinea lies, not Cameroon, Gambia. This is where Guinea lies, right in that nook, right there, Mali, I beg you, to the north. And so what are we saying the proverb is today? The man on his feet carries off the share of the man sitting down. The man on his feet carries off the share of the man sitting down. Prof, we'll start with you.
The man on his feet carries off
the
shares of the man sitting down. I would imagine this proverb means that the person who throws himself out there, the person who's working, the person who's doing things, effectively does not only realize the best for himself, but also ends up taking what would have been available for the fellow doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That is the person seated down there. Yeah. So my interpretation is that the proverb is encouraging us to get on our feet and do what we have to do.
Wakili?
Yeah, taking it from what Prof has said, my view is that the proverb probably educates us that leadership is not judged by the noise from the crowd,
okay,
but by the endurance of the vision of a leader, so that in every mass there would be the noisy crowd, but then there will be that person who stands out and, looks at a distance and tells people that, let's look yonder, we are not yet there, and we can get there.
Absolutely.
So he will basically pull the weight of the entire group.
As he's standing, and the standing person is the leader. Okay. We could even extrapolate that a little bit further and say that you're pushing it towards Sona and saying, Wakili, that this is what the president essentially would do. So the State of the Nation address usually is to do just that, to give the people of the country an update in terms of what's going on, as though they couldn't tell, but okay, to let them know that this is what's happening, this is what has happened, and this is what they plan for the future. But it seems as though the chatter about is that what is expected will be the State of the Nation from His Excellency President William Ruto this afternoon will be very different from the experience that Kenyans have so far. So let's analyze that a little bit. And let me give you a little bit of what the standard Kenya's Bold newspaper talks about what the State of the Nation is. And so long as it's in the paper, it must be true. What really matters? Right. Public finances, that's what matters. Corruption, it matters. If you're not dealing with corruption today, then there's the problem. If he's not going to mention that, there's going to be an issue. Devolution, effective devolution that should ensure Kenyans get services without needing to navigate government bureaucracy. Economy, the public is focused on jobs, incomes, wealth opportunities, and the soaring cost of living. Security, Kenyans want honesty about crime, terrorism, cybercrime, illicit trade, banditry, and everyday safety. Households, the true measure of national progress lies in household well-being, governance and service delivery like e-citizen, bribery, inefficiency, and slow services persist. Kenyans are worried about the cost of fuel, cost of electricity, generally the cost of living. It's the hope that these will be the things that will feature in the State of the Nation address this afternoon. Professor Kamanya, would it be different?
Will it be different or should it be different?
Both.
I think that is...
Or can it be different?
Yeah. To start us off, I think Kenyans, we have an issue that we need to address. Kenyans are the sort of people that before you send them, they're like children. Before you send the child to the shop, before you explain to the child that today you are to buy exercise book, the child just disappears to the shop with the money. You haven't told them what to buy. They come back with bread because that's what they normally buy.
Yes.
And the question we should be asking ourselves is what should the President of the Republic of Kenya be reporting on? And you see it even in the newspapers here. I think the newspapers have Standard, I believe now is a better one because I think it deals with a lot more of those issues. You see, the State of the Nation address is actually a constitutional requirement. And the Constitution even goes further to elaborate the content of the State of the Nation address in Article 132.
Correct.
Yeah. The first part, and I've broken it down because I think a lot of lawyers around us have failed us in this regard. So I'm bringing in some totally new thinking to simplify it for the citizens. This thing is just broken into two. Basically, the president is meant to report on our own internal issues and then external issues. So it's just the two things, basically Kenya and then our international obligations. On the Kenyan bit is actually about the principles and the values of the country. And that is broken down into four components, if you can look at them. The first one is what I call sovereignty. Things that have to do with the sovereign. There are issues there around patriotism, around national unity, around sharing, around devolution, around rule of law, around democracy, around public participation, things that relate to Article 1 of the Constitution, the sovereign, and the status of the sovereign as far as this particular government is concerned. The second one is actually about rights. It's actually about rights, and it highlights is around human dignity, is around equity, is around human rights, is around non-discrimination, is around protection of the marginalized, and is there in those specific words. The third one is what I call governance, and it talks about in issues around integrity, issues around transparency, in fact, good governance. It starts with good governance and goes all the way to accountability. The last one, which is the only one the president attempts to talk to, is what's called sustainability. And as a sustainability expert, I believe that has aspects to do with social sustainability, economic sustainability, and so on. So when you're reporting on education, you're reporting on issues relating to social sustainability. When you're reporting health, you're reporting on issues relating to social sustainability. When you're reporting economy, you are reporting on issues related to economic sustainability. Now, to my point. After the Constitution clearly spells out what the president is to report on. Typically, the president comes and reports to us on roads that have been built, on hospitals, on the number of houses that have been done. Basically these things that the president does. Yep. They're doing a lot of them infrastructural issues. That, in a way, relates remotely. It's not even sustainability. It relates remotely to that, just one aspect. So the rest of the things that I've articulated, we don't actually get a status report on them. As the newspaper is speaking it, what is the status of governance? What is the status of corruption in this economy? Where is inclusion? How many Kalenjins are in the Ministry of Energy? How many Oromos have been employed from the time Adam and Eve were created? And does it have anything to do with government? How many Gen Zs, for example, died? And what has government done, to address those issues? So I think I wanted to start it off from that perspective. That yes, we shall actually have, what did you call it?
Sona Day.
We shall have SONA.
Yeah.
But I think it's more of just, there's no difference between it and the other SONA for the feel good.
Wakili, the State of the Nation address is indeed considered a very vital part of the President's constitutional duties in Article 132 of the Constitution. And is also charged with, of course, concerns that relate to the promotion of accountability and transparency to the Kenyan people. And if we talk about accountability and transparency, we have institutions like Parliament, and that post, SONA, it is expected that it is supposed to be discussed in Parliament. And Prof raises a raft of issues that I believe that Kenyans have not been treated very nicely to. Do you think that our institutions like Parliament, particularly insofar as accountability and debating the State of the Nation address, and holding government accountable, have our institutions failed us?
No, let me start from the point as I answer your question to say that I always appreciate having to debate Prof. And that he raises the discussion to, philosophical and metaphysical levels, as a Prof should do. But then also to remind us that the president today is not talking to professors at the university. The president today is talking to farmers in Nyeri. He's talking to, fishermen at Prof's village at Osenge. And then so what the Prof has talked about in terms of sovereignty, rights, governance, sustainability, must be broken down by the president to, what is relevant to those people. And so I see the president speaking about, the Mau Summit Road that is going to open up, Western Kenya and Rift Valley. I see the president talking about the interventions in the blue economy that is enabling our fishermen to, you know, earn their daily living. I'm seeing the president talk about, you know, innovative job creation in the housing sector, in the infrastructural sector, in the digital sector. And it is through this that the people ideally gain their sovereignty, because a man cannot be sovereign if he cannot feed himself and his family. It is through this that they gain their rights. And then the president will be talking about systems that have been built, you know, the digitalization of over 22,000 government services has reduced corruption and reduced the cost of doing business, and things like that. And
such as e-citizen. Such as e-citizen.
Yeah, it's citizen with its challenges.
Yeah.
It is a transformative and a revolutionary way of getting services from government. I mean, people used to walk. I am born by a beach called Nyamweya. It had poor roads. An old lady or a fisherman would want to get certain services. Right now, if they have access to the internet, they can actually get government services and pay for those services without having to spend a whole day in Kisumu. That reduces costs, that reduces time, that enables them to engage in other economic activities. That reduces, you know, the red tape and rent seeking by government officers. I grew up in a law firm. And when I grew up, I remember we would go and sit at the registry the whole day waiting for a file to be retrieved. We now file. I can file anything at 2 a.m., pay but through M-Pesa, and serve the other parties. Those are things that we should celebrate as a country, you know? And so my view is, just as I mentioned when we were beginning, that there would be a lot of chatter and talk, and I can see some of them on our headlines today about what has not been done. But my view is that looking at where we came from when this administration was taking over, when, you know, the price of fuel was hitting, you know, the roof, when, you know, we had a problem with accessing basic food. Now we have sufficient maize in the country, when we had 157 billion shillings worth of pending bills for road contractors, and contractors had left site, and now we have construction going on everywhere, with the government targeting building about 1,100 kilometers of tarmac roads against what was being built, which was less than 200 kilometers of tarmac road. We are indeed making progress. And then the president, as I end, the president is giving us a vision, a very strong and compelling vision that we should live by. Those are things we should celebrate and work towards.
Actually, if you allow me, a president in office to build roads, I think very, very soon we shall actually have a Chinese president. They're better at building roads than
the question was that there are lots of promises, extreme progress, but there are pain points.
Definitely.
And what is the recourse? What is the center of accountability for Kenyans who feel that there is a pain point, and that the State of the Nation address is quite a very profound engagement between the electorate and their leaders, and that Parliament is supposed to therefore discuss?
We need to continue doing what we are doing.
Yeah.
We need to continue discussing. We need to continue building systems. We need to continue holding our leaders to account. But even as we do that, we celebrate what has been done and what has been achieved.
Well, let me put it this way, Prof.
Right.
You mentioned very well that a leader is supposed to take people along a certain vision so they can get to where they want to be.
Yes.
And where they want to be is an agreed upon destination.
Correct.
As a country, we've gifted ourselves a constitution. So today, the president is not doing us a favor by coming to address us. It is his constitutional responsibility.
Definitely.
The agreed upon destination is one, economic growth.
Correct. Definitely.
The proper establishment of systems that work and serve Kenyans.
Indeed.
Today, Kenyans that are not professors will agree with his theory and philosophy that the country is headed in the wrong direction. About 90% of Kenyans are agreeing to that. Today is not a day for the president to come and pick what he feels is convenient to come and pronounce.
Or what is done.
Today is the day to come out and pronounce exactly the real state of the nation. Therefore, when we try to hold brief and say that perhaps what he said on Al Jazeera, that he has fixed the economy, is true, I think that is erroneous and misleading the country. What do you think, Prof?
But even that, I tell people, look here, with a budget of 4 trillion, even if you didn't have a head, you must do something.
Right.
Something will be done. So, you're giving us a list of of things that have been done, to me is missing the point. Even MCAs have done things, and MPs have done things, and similar things. They built roads, they built schools, they built governors have done things, and so on. And to me, that's why it's very important to go back to the fundamentals. How did we get into the situation that the president himself was dealing with? The situation of debt, the situation of nothing to spend on our development, the situation of costly loans, and so on, is because the former president was doing things. It's not because he was doing nothing. He was building roads, but he was building roads at what cost? He was building the SGR, but he was building at 10 times what it costs outside there. There was corruption in his government, which basically meant that we're not getting value for money as citizens as actually were. And even when it comes to things, we're just being sympathetic with the president because we know his advisors, people like my brother Joshua Nyamweya here, who don't apply their minds to what is expected of the president, and just do a list that in fact Parliament can access without necessarily the president coming to address them. All these reports of things that have been done are there. They're there in the public domain. They're there within government and so on. So we don't need the president to come and tell Parliament how many kilometers of roads have been done.
Right.
But even on that one aspect, let me just speak on that, because I think it's almost impossible for these guys to report on more important things to us, like governance, like human rights, like basically fundamentals of democracy, things to do with devolution, things to do with inclusion, human rights. They're not able to do that. So let's focus on what they're able to do, which is roads, which is schools, there have been the employment that has happened there, which is health. Again, what is the expectation in terms of how this is reported? There's nothing in the Constitution that says that the president shall report on what has been done, in the economy. It talks about sustainability. And what we are keen on, and I'm bringing this to the issue, for example, of how then we finance all of this. What you need to be hearing from the president is that, look, we got so much loans to build roads in the previous government, and it was not sustainable. Now we are financing our infrastructure differently so that it is actually value for money for citizens. That is when the sustainability aspect starts coming through. That we are getting into sustainable debt management, for example, where we are saying, fine, this is where we are in terms of our debt to GDP ratio. This is how our debt repayment was based on the clever economists that we've given the president, thousands of them. This is what it should be, and therefore this is what my government is doing to take us there. Yes, in the next 2-3 years, our debt to GDP ratio could have reduced to this. We shall be shifting expensive loans with better loans. Those are the things that we expect to be hearing from president, because then he'll be speaking about sustainability. When it comes to even issues around education, what you're interested in is not necessarily how many teachers we have employed, but what does this mean for us as a country in terms of development of a human resource? Look at a very basic thing. The World Bank is already pointing fingers that, look here, Kenya is actually losing its human resource, that we've spent so much money, training. That's what we're meant to be hearing, not telling us that you've given some maids work in Saudi Arabia and they're dying there. What you should actually be telling us is how are you keeping the productive brains in this country that is important for us for the long-term sustainability of this country and our economy, not these stupid things that so many people have gotten house jobs in Saudi Arabia. So my point is that even on this one item, which the president reports on, is still operating way below expectation. All these things, we are meant to link them with sustainable development of our country, both socially, economically, politically,
Especially if we're trying to get to first world country, which has been mentioned more times than you have fingers on both hands. It's interesting because then, whereas I understand the need for PR for any government, which is definitely...
And
it must be.
It is part of that.
There is also a role that the truth plays for the benefit of citizens.
For credibility and trust.
And so when you address the nation, because that's when you do what you do, when you address the nation, you're talking to the people who are waking up to these realities and living these realities every day. So there's only so much PR that you can play in the face of their reality.
Right.
So when we talk about certain things and that reality is not the existence or the experience of the people whom you are addressing, then we would have a problem. Many governments have said that speaking the truth as a government would lead to inevitable collapse of your integrity as a leader or your position as a leader. Would there be a problem with the state of the nation, Wakili, today being the president coming and telling Kenyans, this is where we are. This is what we've done with the money you have given us in the last 1 year. These are the problems we are having. This is what we need. This is where we are. Would there be anything wrong with doing that?
As I answer you, I think the future of Kenya will not be built by bitterness, by professors dismissing.
It is not bitterness.
Allow me to.
One person who's very happy with the president. The only problem is that is bit.
Prof. When a professor speaks, I listen, and I've listened very keenly. But the prof must give students time to talk, and my point is that when professors dismiss, building of a port, building of fish landing beaches.
Nobody's dismissing
when professors dismiss the fact that our farmers are now getting cheaper fertilizer that are increased production and calling that stupid, then I think we are not moving forward. My point is,
I will not keep quiet because when a student misrepresents what the professor is saying,
Prof,
like we said,
Prof, allow me. You'll get your chance. You'll get your chance.
For purposes of clarification.
You'll get your chance.
For purposes of clarification.
Allow me.
Can everybody allow me?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
You are allowed.
So, for purposes of clarification, what he said was these stupid things like counting the number of jobs Kenyans are getting in Saudi Arabia.
Okay. So when this government ensures that as at this year we have recruited 76,000 teachers, that has never happened, and that by January we'll have 100,000 teachers recruited, and that just last week we had 10,000 policemen recruited. It is not silly.
They've not been recruited yet. They've not been recruited.
We have 76,000 teachers. We have 76,000.
The policemen have not been recruited. The process has started.
This process of recruitment of 10,000 policemen has started.
Yes.
That is not silly.
No.
When we talk about
silly. In fact, we appreciate them.
Prof, let's have a discussion, not shouting much.
No, but don't
when we have graders building roads across the country, that is development. My point of interjection. Yes.
If I may.
I just wanted him to answer my question.
And I want to answer your question.
Answer the question so that we can have time to focus on these things that matter.
Yeah.
The question very clearly was, would the State of the Nation address telling Kenyans the state of things as they are be such a bad thing?
And that is exactly what the president is expected to do. I believe that is what the president is coming to say. The challenge that we have as a country is that sometimes we have two different groups of people. Some people looking at the glass from the position of half full, some people looking at it from the position of half empty. As an optimist, I opt to look at what we have achieved and what we can achieve. I look at Kenya as a country which is work in progress, and that we must continuously rally our people around compelling vision, which the president is doing, and we must appreciate what is happening. We must appreciate the jobs being created. We must appreciate the fact that, when roads are built, then it means that farmers are able to get their products through the market. That expectant women are able to get to the labor ward. That children are able to get to schools. That young people are able to get opportunity. These are things we should celebrate. So my point is that we still have a long way to go.
So
yes.
I'm not surprised that you passed your exams. You see, this is the issue.
That's an insult.
I withdraw.
That's an insult, and I passed.
Yeah, I need to do that so that I stop you from attacking me. But anyway, this is the issue, and for me, this is a question that a lot has been done. We're not saying nothing has been done at all. What you're asking is that would it hurt to be a little bit more reflective and also highlight areas where there are challenges? Because Kenyans, including you and me, who live in this country, are feeling those things. Instead of just coming to highlight or to shout about the things that have been done. We know they've been done. That's okay. But what you're asking is this balanced state of the nation addressed. If you look at all the newspapers, what I like, in fact, starting with the Nation, let me just highlight here what you're talking about. They look at healthcare, for example, and they're saying, okay, fine. There was a promise of the universal coverage, and there was a promise that healthcare would be cheap. And then they proceed to say, yes, some SHA has been put in place, but there's a debt crisis there. With actual figures, that then needs to be addressed. Healthcare still remains expensive. It's just a fact that has been put on the table there. When you look at agriculture, they're not even highlighting any challenge. They're saying what was promised was to reduce the cost. And what is the status? The current status is that inflation has fell down. It has come down mainly because of agriculture. And then import dependency has also reduced. They are saying it as it is. And when it comes to the economy, and to agree with you, and so that you can also feel a bit happy. When it comes to the economy, they're saying the shilling has been stabilized, and it's a fact. It has actually been stabilized.
But Prof, let's appreciate the flip side. Let's flip it up.
But then you see my point. My point is that, the flip side is that we still have an issue with with job creation. All the jobs you're talking about are largely.
My flip side is this. My flip side is
right.
This. And Wakili, I hope you'll agree with me. There's a difference between being busy and being productive.
Yes.
We can keep highlighting activities that the government is doing.
The things that you've done.
They're doing roads, they're doing markets, they're doing hospitals.
Correct.
But in real sense, how is that impacting the day-to-day lifestyle of the normal Kenyan?
Correct.
That's where the conversation needs to go. There is no one disputing the president is busy. We're even borrowing money to steal today.
And that's what I was saying.
Just to be professor, to still continue being busy. Exactly. The question needs to be, as we get busy, as we mobilize our resources and human capital, how is this impacting the day-to-day lifestyle of every Kenyan? Because the mood in the studio is the mood in the streets. People do not agree with the government position that our lives are being improved, and yet we're still spending resources and time and energy. Unfortunately, we are losing lives. As we give numbers, let's also speak to the 87,000 ghost students. Let's also speak to the ghost hospitals that have been paid by these newly fully developed SHA. yet we are losing lives and losing money. So let's not just pick and choose what is convenient.
No,
the government should come out and
to be positive. To be positive. There's no corruption in Kenya. Let's not talk about.
Okay, let's get okay, guys. You know what we're gonna do is that in order for us to have a conversation, what we are going to do is at least try and get one voice out. Let's get a response to that from Wakili.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, as I said, we can choose to look at it as half empty or half full. My point is that when the president says that we are, building 2,100 kilometers of road, it does not mean that solves the Kenyan problem. It means that through 2,100 kilometers of road, we will have opened the hinterland areas that, were not able to be accessed.
Like where?
Like where? My village in Nyamweya. Okay, we'll have a road. Today I was just reading an update about flood upgrading in my village. One of the biggest problems that my area has faced is perennial floods every April. Okay, the government is doing a huge flood mitigation program and creating drainages around the lake in my area. That should solve the problem, enable our people to have sustainability in terms of livelihood that the prof was talking about. When we are able to have more people receive loans to support the SMEs, then what we are doing is that we are enabling the common man to participate in the economy. When we have, schools getting more teachers, when we have more policemen, it means we have a more secure country. We can do more business beyond 8 to 5 and probably work until 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. These are the things that will change this country, okay? And my view is that we must continue to recognize what is done, continue to recognize the gaps, and then encourage ourselves moving forward. Change what is wrong.
So
call out each other. But we cannot dismiss the fact that we are at a better place than we were.
So I know Kevin has a question. I know Kevin has a question, but it sounds like what Wakili is saying is that you may have gotten an E in your exams, but at least your clothes were clean, is what you're saying. At least point out the things that look good, even if in the substance of the thing there's a big problem. I don't know. Your question, Kevin.
I tell you the issue around the silver lining, the light at the end of the tunnel. And my question is this, Wakili, and I like the way you're bringing up the progress. But fact of the matter is that there are certain pain points. And you are talking about statistics, for example, that women are delivering. But on the same note, we have women who have been locked in health facilities because they are unable to pay for their dues using the SHA system. You're talking about infrastructural development, and we have, particularly around roads, and we have big conflicts on devolution of roads between national government and county governments, where, for example, I do not expect that the local roads of Nyamweya in Kisumu would be attributed to the national government, whereas those are pure county government roads. And if you talk to governors and those who are executing some of these functions, they will tell you that devolution is being killed, quote unquote, and that even the resources that are supposed to go to county governments are being stifled by the national government. And this is not particularly the president, but yes, of course, by Article 132, it is the president who issues the State of the Nation address. So if you are the president and Prof calls you the advisor, I'm not. I know that you're not any of the advisors of the president. As a voter in this country, and indeed as one of those people who aspire for a better Kenya towards the road to Singapore, how would you propose that these pain points are addressed by the president in his State of the Nation address, without necessarily verbosing on promises and on some of the progress? Progress, we know. The president speaks to us every single day, including in churches, in fundraisings, in rallies, and areas where he's opening the markets. But how would you desire that the pain points, areas that Kenyans feel that are not working very well, are actually addressed in the State of the Nation address?
We must continue having a conversation as a country Okay, because we will always have different perspectives. And the issue of whether our counties should build our roads is a national discussion that is going on. Okay, but as we do that, we should also ask ourselves, what have the counties done with the money we have given them? Okay, so that the money that they have received have been wasted in employment of, filling the counties with more employees rather than building on the infrastructure. That when you come to my county, it is the roads done by the national structures that are actually sustainable roads compared to, the maram and the soil just being poured on roads that the counties are working on. So we need to strengthen devolution, but strengthening devolution is not necessarily pushing in money to the devolved systems. It is building systems for the devolved government so that then resources follow the strengthened systems. That is my view. And as we do this is a conversation that we must continue to have around the country to ensure that there is spread all around the
country. Prof, on that, how should the president address the issues which are pain points? That we can be in a constant state of development. We want to get better and do better, but there are issues that are affecting people today. And people will already know that one of the issues that I have a problem with is that you can't budget for education. Let's even take primary education, where you will budget 1,400 shillings for the year, but you will finish the year, children have gone home, having sent them less 580 shillings, and everybody closes their laptop and goes home. They deliver exams as though nothing happened. This is money that's supposed to be coming from government. That's at primary level. When you're at the secondary level, into high school, you're supposed to have given the money. You have given them money less 7,000 shillings per student. And nobody's discussing about, are you going to top it up next year? What are we going to do with the deficit? It was budgeted for. If the money comes, what's going to be done with it? Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about these things. A story that bleeds my heart till today. There are women and men in this country, in Mandera, who go and sit at an opening in the ground. Water emanating from that ground is what they fetch after trekking for hours to drink in Kenya, not in Kenya. That is the water they hope to drink, bathe with, cook, feed everybody with in this country. Those are pain points.
Right.
How do you deal with those pain points?
Let me tell you, Ndu, and actually, this reminds me that I'm not just here on TV, on talk show, discussing these things. But these are matters I've discussed with the President of the Republic at his invitation. And this was the President on a cabinet retreat. And so this is not idle talk. These are convictions based on very, very serious knowledge. And if I can summarize my own advice to the President in person and his cabinet and his advisors, they're all there in that place. I told them, look here, really, there is no country, there is no corporation, there is no individual who has made significant progress without planning, without very solid planning. Then we're lucky that for the first time this country was fully planned, both physically and economically. That was in Kibaki's time. And I told the President, and we're very proud that Kenya actually had a spatial plan for the whole country, designating every single space in the country. Then there was an economic plan layered on it in terms of how then do you realize those goals. So things were not just happening haphazardly. And then, of course, a bit of that led to the infrastructure things that we are talking about here. The country then gifted ourselves a constitution and a raft of legislation that was to guide the broader development of the country. And those things were there. And what you expect is that those who are governing then generate policies and then generate their programs that are aligned with those bigger pictures. And the things we're talking about now, of equity, of democracy, of rule of law, were already integrated in those bigger picture plans. And what we expect is how the President is then contributing to these plans, or is free to modify them a little bit and so on. Not to have very many little disparate activities that in themselves may be okay, but don't contribute to a coherent whole. If you're talking about being a first world country, if you're talking about being like Singapore, we will not be like Singapore by opening cattle dips in every little place and so on. We'll only get there through systematic planning and through execution of those plans in a very systematic way, not just coming to say this is what you've done. And that's what I expect of the president. And including this matter that we're discussing here, I told the president that, look, I'm a Kenyan. I work in this country. I do business in this country. And I'll share with you what I feel. And I feel things are going wrong. That's what I feel. That's my experience. My experience looks like my life is getting better. When I go to the supermarket, I can tell. We buy exactly the same things. I can tell that actually the cost of living is high. Taxation, I can tell, the way my payslip is actually rated. So this is not idle talk. What we are saying really is that we expect leadership from the president, and leadership is not simply listing what has been done. Really, even at my own household, I can't just come and tell my wife that, look here, I bought a car. What does it have to do with anything? Did we need a car?
Yeah.
How will the car help the family? That's the next conversation that we should be discussing. That yes, we bought a car because school transport is very expensive. And actually, I bought a car because, it's helping me in my business. I can do a little bit more work and so on, and we're going to generate more money. That's not too much to ask of the president. That can the state of the nation be elevated just one step higher, so that it is not about what has been done, but the implications of what has been done in terms of the broader development of the country, in terms of where we want to go as a country, in terms of that same vision that he himself talks about of turning Kenya into the first world. All these little things. In fact, the president should actually make us feel comfort that these are not just political gifts that is throwing around to translate into votes, as it were, but part of a bigger picture, part of a bigger scheme, where it's taking the country in a particular direction. That's not too much to ask for. You mentioned education, for example. One of the things that we are shocked about in this country is that education budget, believe it or not, is one of the areas that has gone up. The country is spending almost double what we're spending in education.
And it's still not spending it.
Exactly. But we have a situation where we can't now fund primary education. We can't fund secondary education. We have all these bursaries all over the place. We can't fund university education. We can't even pay lecturers in the university. And our budget has actually doubled. And this is the sort of thinking that we expect the president to come and say, where is the problem? We're putting more money on this, yet we're getting inferior results to what we've been getting before. That is the same. That's the sort of reflection that we expect the president to be doing in health, to be doing in education, to be doing in the economy. To say, okay, fine, we are doing this. We expect the president to be reflective. Let's put it that way. That yes, things are being done. What is the meaning of these things? And like we're saying, it's not everything. We've even mentioned agriculture, for example, and food security. That we really think that the president's strategy seems to be working. We're not saying everything does not work, but we're saying we have a leader, and the least we expect of a leader is to be a little bit more reflective, so that we start seeing what he's doing in terms of how that contributes to the bigger picture.
All right, let's take a question from you, Kev.
Particularly in terms of being reflective, and one of these pain points is a question of debt. And every time this issue comes up, Kenyans are of the opinion that they are just being played around, despite the fact that, of course, taxation is going up. I love the fact that, for instance, the current CS of Treasury is coming up with a robust tax, policy that really is supposed to therefore help us to project ETC. Is it something that you think the president needs to be honest with Kenyans about sovereign debt, and especially given the kind of other progressive examples like Ethiopia that I hear has actually overpaid or rather gone beyond the expected debt to other Bretton Woods institutions? What is the plan for Kenya's debt repayments?
I I think the president has been very candid to Kenyans about our being overburdened by debt. The president even appointed a task force to try and look at our foreign debt, to audit it. That was stopped by court. I think the matter is still pending in court. And debt will continue to be a burden to us. And that is why this government has come with innovative ways of dealing with the situation. If in a case in which we cannot continue to pile debts, but at the same time, we are not able to continue increasing our taxation. So the president has been pitching for and is attempting the use of securitization, the issue of the PPPs. The road at Mau Summit is going to be done through PPPs and other such innovative ways, so that work still continues going on. We are able to, get the private sector to be involved. And I'm hoping that the courts will allow the audit process to be dealt with, so that we deal with the historical sovereign debt issues, which is a big issue for this country.
As you come to a close, is it legally speaking? Because you've spoken of the sovereign debt, but you also have a huge odious debt.
Yes.
Is it proper for this country to continue servicing the odious debt?
Definitely not. But we need to be able to determine what we should not pay for. Correct. Because, as a country, we have international obligations. And one of what the president is going to report on is international obligations. There are certain obligations we can walk out of. But then, if we find that there are obligations that, were not real, okay? Yes. There have been rumors that part of the Eurobond money did not get into this country. Then the people who are involved should be able to take responsibility for those.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. The State of the Nation address by the President is to take place this afternoon from about 2:30. It'll be interesting to see what position the President takes on this. But some things are very clear, whether said or otherwise. It's like the law, isn't it?
The law is very clear.
Yes.
Like the roads, the president.
Like the roads that the president is building. Okay.
The roads are clear.
Wakili Josphat Nyamweya, thank you for being here with us this morning. Professor Alfred Kamanya, thank you for coming this morning as well. Asante.
Thank you very much.
Are you still itching?
And just
I knew it.
Just for the record, I must say that Wakili is a very good friend of mine.
Of course, you can see.
He just comes and turns against me on air for purposes of debate.
But you shall be leaving the studio together.
Also, the fact that facts are also stubborn.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Indeed. Asante Sana, at 5 minutes past 9 o'clock. Conversations continue after this. Good morning.
Thank you.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. As President William Ruto prepares to deliver his State of the Nation address later today, the National Treasury says the Kenya Revenue Authority missed its 90 billion shillings revenue target in the first quarter of the 2025-2026 financial year, putting pressure on government finances and widening the budget deficit. Treasury PS Chris Kipto said all major tax heads underperformed between July and September, with KRA collecting close to 657.2 billion shillings against a target of 707 billion shillings. Ordinary revenue fell 2.9%, reversing last year's 10% growth. The shortfall is attributed to compliance gaps, enforcement inefficiencies, and revenue-reducing measures under the 2025 Finance Act, along with slow activity in key sectors. Police have launched a probe following the discovery of the body of a border rider in a short-stay rental apartment in South B, Nairobi. Anthony Otieno, an online delivery agent, was delivering an iPhone ordered by a client in Eldoret who'd requested it be delivered to a relative in South B. Members of his family, led by his brother Isaiah Cheng, told reporters that they could not reach him on either of his phones hours after he left to deliver the phone.
Alikuja asubuhi around 9, akachukua delivery ikatoka around 10:30. Kufika around 12 ndio simu zake hazikuwa zinaingia. Tunampigia kwa namba zote mbili, haikuwa inaingia. Tukajaribu client ilikuwa inaingia.
Time ya mwisho nilimpigia ilikuwa around 4:30, akaniambia nimefika kwa client, ngoja nitakukall. So from there sijui nini ilifanyika.
Otieno's lifeless body was later found under the bed in a 4th floor unit by the apartment owner. 2 men had paid for the room hours earlier. Otieno's family said he'd been tortured.
Alikuwa tied kwa mikono, miguu. Alikuwa amefungwa mdomo. Alikuwa na blood all over the body, oozing, I think maybe from the nose. So I don't know the motive ya watu. Sijui ni simu alikuwa anataka ama alikuwa anataka kumuua. Tuliambiwa kuna mama mwenye Airbnb ni mwenye alireza alarm ndio alipatikana na simu, kama aliwanyang'anya, so sielewi aliwanyang'anya aje.
Police said they recovered the phone Otieno was delivering at the scene, along with a knife and a metal rod suspected to have been used in the assault. Kilifi North MP Owen Baya is calling for national solidarity to end violence against women and girls across the country. It comes ahead of the 16-day period of activism against gender-based violence starting from Tuesday next week.
Pia vijana wasiingie katika tabia hatari, tabia mbaya ambazo zinahatarisha maisha yao na ujana wao. Kwa hiyo wakati huu ambao tunafungua 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we want to call everybody, every player, every person in this country, let's say no to gender-based violence.
His sentiments were echoed by Nasim Najangir from Connect to Retain, an organization that aims to combat gender-based violence and teenage pregnancy.
My plea to parents is, let's watch our kids. Let's be the first teachers to ensure that our children get the first information from us. Let us teach our kids about sexual education, because we really shy from this kind of conversation, but it's time that we have this hard conversation with our children.
Isiwe mtoto hawezi kukueleza kitu kwa sababu either wewe ni mkali ama hausikizi ama hauna muda, ambayo ni problem ya wazazi wengi wa sasa. Wengi hawana muda, ameshinda kazini, mwingine ameshinda kazini, wakirudi jioni wengi wamechoka. The little time wanakuwa na mtoto ni ile kwa habari nzuri, basi hakuna mambo mengine.
Senior Pentagon officials have arrived in Ukraine to discuss efforts to end the war with Russia, the U.S. military has said. The team, led by U.S. Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, is expected to meet Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv today when he returns from a trip to Turkey. Reports began surfacing on Wednesday that the U.S. and Russia had prepared a new peace plan containing major concessions from Ukraine. Neither Washington nor Moscow has officially confirmed the plan. Earlier in the day, at least 26 people were killed in a Russian missile and drone attack on Ukraine's western city of Ternopil. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. there is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
StarTimes is taking your entertainment to the next level. This holiday, recharge, upgrade, and celebrate the festive season. Renew your subscription on your current bouquet for 1 month and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 month to enjoy more entertainment and more festive joy. Unlock more channels, more cartoons, more sports, more movies, more drama, and more reality. Renew your subscription on DT8 Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. Dial *858# for self-service. Contact us via our customer care number on 0730-710077. Recharge, upgrade, and celebrate with your loved ones. On the go, enjoy the best shows anytime on the StarTimes On app. StarTimes, enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 13 minutes after 9 o'clock and into the final hour of our conversations this Thursday in the Situation Room. And how's about I remind you that we are getting to the end of the year, aren't we? And we're ready to kick off the festive season, Kikwetu style. We're talking unbeatable deals, flash sales, and deals of the day of up to 60%. This is your chance to stock up, to gift early, and to enjoy value that truly saves you money. Okay, now, Naivas is celebrating 35 years. Got it, right? Okay, and we're doing it Kikwetu style after 35 years of Kikwetu excellence, and we're celebrating in a big way. 6 vehicles, 45 motorcycles, microwaves, fridges, cookers, and even the iconic Naivas Mbuzi. So, we're going to spice it up a little bit more this year with throwing in some chicken into the thing. And what's the best part? You can win instantly, every day, everywhere. But make sure you're a Naivas loyalty customer. How do you do that? You make sure that you shop for any amount and you're in. So shop, save, and win Kikwetu style at a Naivas Kiloko near you or online. So Black November, the Kikwetu way is how we are celebrating this year, only at Naivas. Naivas saves you money every day. So we have to ask the question and ask you, what's your plan? And that forms the basis of a conversation that we have this hour. Joining us as we look for a strategy for later days in terms of what your plan is Christine Mutai. She's the General Manager, Business Development, Corporate Business at ICEA Lion Life Assurance. And she's here in the hot seat this morning. Christine, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm great, thank you.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Welcome to the hot seat. This is a big one. We don't want to talk about plans so much, or we just hope that the plan will somehow come together. Yeah. But you may see, with you being here, it's quite obvious that maybe we need to put in a little bit of elbow grease to make sure that that plan comes to be. So we'll be talking about quite a number of those things this morning. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
As we usually do, we go around the African continent every week, come back from a particular country with their proverbs. Okay. This week we are in Guinea, and we'd love to get your interpretation of this as we start off.
Right.
The man on his feet carries off the share of the man sitting down. The man on his feet carries off the share of the man sitting down.
Okay, interesting. I would think the man on his feet is up and about, quite active, doing 1 or 2 or 3 other things. And so he's definitely likely to have more than the one who is, just there laid back and perhaps not very active. And so the man on his feet has a plan.
Yep. If you're up and about, you do, with it, then you're the one with the plan.
Yeah.
All right, love it. Okay, so the plan is what we've been looking to. We've spoken about this quite some months ago, and then even just recently, weeks and a few days ago, we've been asking the question and maybe answering, and we've been saying, okay, well, ICEA has a plan for you, but then let's start from the very beginning, that we look at life and we talk about later and tomorrow and a rainy day and all of that.
Yeah.
Why are we focusing on all of this?
I think it's important because as much as we have, some people who don't want to think about much later, because the young person will say, I don't want to think about retirement. I mean, it's too far for me. It's too far-fetched for me. But then the question I ask is, even today when someone woke up, they must have thought about how their day was going to pan out or what they were going to do. And so planning starts at the very basics of even how my day is going to look like, or what I'm going to eat, or what I'm going to do next week. And so planning is a very key component of each and every one of us, even for the children as they're in school. They're planning for the exams, so they're sitting the exams, and so there has to be a plan. And so in life, then we look at from whatever stages of life, from whatever phases of life, or whichever walk of life that I might be at, I need to think about what's going to happen tomorrow, what's going to happen in maybe a few years, in my later years. Yeah.
I'm just wondering, Christine, because strategy for later days, what's your plan? It means that there's more or less like a re-strategy. I almost said re-strategization of ICEA business plan and all that.
Yeah.
But what is the major challenge that you are seeking to deal with?
All right. So as in the past, especially in the insurance space or in the investments world, I think there's been some misconception that only a particular cadre of people can be able to either afford insurance or investments to a particular extent. And so what we were seeking, or what we're still getting into, is to address the larger part of the population that thinks insurance or investments is not for me, because first, maybe I don't have that level of income, or I'm not that age yet. So we thought of coming up with a vibrant way of reaching out to everyone, being inclusive and showing that insurance investments is accessible to all, despite their age, despite their income levels, despite their role in society. So that's what we were trying to achieve. And I think we've seen quite some activity, since we started this campaign. Of course, we went out in very vibrant colors to just encourage that, even the younger people who perhaps like to express themselves differently are able to, see that this is something that fits them, unlike the traditional mindset of what insurance would be or what investments would be.
And as Joy is coming in, of course, you mentioned the fact that you're targeting the incoming new younger generation, etc. But of course, the fact of the matter is that the market is quite crowded. And you have as many as insurance companies as you can be able to imagine. What is ICEA's business competitive advantage?
So as ICEA Lion Group, we are a strong entity that has been around for quite a while. So first off, we've had the experience over the years. The Life Company, which is one of the 4 companies within the group, did celebrate 60 years last year. But then the general company was started in the 1890s. And so first of all, that coming together of the two companies forged a very strong and formidable group. But then we also have an asset management company and a trust business that are both turning 40 and 35, that have then over the time then also come through to address various needs. So what ICEA Lion Group brings is, first of all, the strength of the experience in years and even in the clients that we've been serving. We are a market leader in some aspects of the business, like the pension business. We have been serving clients for a while, and we have understood some of these dynamics, and we are able then to see through the eyes of the customer, because that's one of our values, that we want to see and read insights from the eyes of the customer. So as we have done that, as we have evaluated our customer base and looking at our customers, we've noticed some trends, and that's what we've been trying to address. But then the other thing that ICA Lion Group brings is the strength in the financial position, that we are a very sound entity, the life company, having an asset base of in excess of about 180 billion worth of balance sheet, and being the only AAA rated both life and general insurance companies in East and Central Africa, then that then speaks to a strong capital position, speaks to an organization that has a sound governance structure, and having such a credit rating speaks to many things apart from then the financial capability and the corporate governance. So that's what we're bringing differently, and just then also trying to understand what the client is looking for, as opposed to us then pushing what we think is what the client wants.
That's a very decent company portfolio.
Yeah.
And it is the hope that the same is replicated in service provision and the packages. Now, but I want to look at it from an angle whereby we're coming from a culture of, not so much planning for the future.
Yeah.
Because as you know, as a community, as a Kenyan community, largely speaking, there have been other more pressing issues to contend with, like education for the kids, to acquiring assets, and building a house and such like stuff. So people have not been very keen on planning further ahead.
Yeah.
And others have argued, instead of coming with a life plan, let me educate my kids, they shall take care of me. And that has worked as well.
Has it?
As a cover for some.
Yeah.
So how is now the transition, according to you? Because also the times are changing and need to be in tandem with the modern days and ways of living. How is the transition from that kind of thinking to people appreciating that you're not planning for poverty or death or ill health, you're just planning to be comfortable and also lessen the burden from the future kids who don't have to really pay. I call it the black tax nowadays.
I hate being called black tax.
Right.
And that's a very valid point you're bringing here. Now, we have a lot of, back then our parents maybe thought, they maybe our parents or our parents' maybe our grandparents are the ones who knew that once they educate their children, then they're taken care of. But today, even if I ask in this room, I'm not going to put anyone into but very few of us are able to support our parents, because we also, as you correctly say, we also have other pressing needs of our children or even our own lives, planning our lives or carrying out the various goals that we have. And so I think as we do a lot more of the forums or the education or the conversations with the customers and with the clients and with the population at large, people are realizing that indeed my children are not my plan. I cannot depend on them and say that because I took them to school, they'll take care of me. There's been surveys that have been done by the Retirement Benefits Authority, the Association of Kenya Insurers, the KNBS, and even ourselves, that indicate that nowadays that dependency on the children has come off, because what's also happening now amongst the retirees is that they're still paying school fees for their children's children, their grandchildren. And so if they were hoping that their children would take care of them, it's now becoming a reversal. So they indeed need to even plan, not just for their old age, but for their children's children. So more need now to look at it and say, so if you didn't even have that income to depend on in old age, and now you might be faced by those other needs, emerging needs of taking care of your grandchildren, then you really, really must have a plan.
So now, in view of that, and trying to now onboard everybody, because also it lessens the burden for the family, for the community, makes everybody comfortable.
Society.
How would you say, how wide is the range of your packages?
There's a tag I would use, that we have plans from infancy to legacy, and I'll explain that. You've talked about maybe having a child or even having to plan for their education, and for most people, at least at some point primary school was, free. I don't know that it still is. I think it is.
If even the folks who are, don't know.
No one knows.
Yeah. But so if you start, by the time you get the child and before they go to school, you have a bit of leeway, maybe some 2 years or so, and you can start planning at that point before they go to, is it kindergarten or PP, whatever. And so by having an arrangement that can allow you, even if it's for those 3 years, we have various plans. We have the easiest that anyone can start off at, what we call a digitrust. That yes, it is, set, this is how it looks like, but it will accommodate you at whatever size of wallet. And need I say that even my 15-year-old daughter can have an account in the digitrust, because we also have a junior account, meaning that the gifts she gets from her grandparents, part of it can go into that account. And so from that level, then we go to someone maybe who has a 3-year plan to maybe, maybe put a down payment for some asset that they're trying to get, maybe some piece of land. If I speak to the younger person, because for them, piece of land may not resonate, maybe they're hoping that they can, or even maybe one who is hoping to, these very young kids who want to buy an iPhone, they can be able then to, put in something for a year, and then they'd have accumulated some funding for that. But then now when we come to this other one who now is thinking, my children are of age, they will need to go to uni, and I need to start thinking about, what if I'm not there, what will take care of them. Then, we come up with what we call a whole of life plan, that I pay premiums for a particular duration, and then I'm covered for life, and should anything happen, those children are taken care of, and those proceeds can be, instead of even being channeled to a beneficiary or to maybe my brother or my sister, if they are listening, I have nothing against them. But then we have what we call trust funds that allow that those proceeds from either insurance or from my retirement savings or from any of the other investments that I've had, even if it's land or even if it's a property that I had, can be channeled into that trust fund. An instrument that is safer and more controlled, that would allow that my children are taken care of. And if I'm being, like him, he looks like those people who will want to take care of their grandchildren.
But not at the failure of the children.
No. Just because he wants to leave a legacy for them and even for the children's children. So that trust entity allows that then you have a legacy that outlives you. But in between, you also want to live comfortably. So, and that's why I said, even in between the 3-year plans, there's something that you can put in that can take care of you, that can give you good returns, but then that can also ensure that should there be, some ill health, maybe there is a critical illness component, a health rider that comes in. But then again, even on day to day, we go back to that young person who has saved and acquired an iPhone. They need insurance for it, because if it's picked on the streets, then it will be too painful. Or if they need to upgrade it to the next Pro Max, they need to have made some plan. And so we have those plans that are able then to accommodate all those. But for me, as I plan to then maybe retire at what age? I don't want to say my employer, but if I plan to retire at 50, I have already maybe started making some plans that will ensure that I have sufficient income to take care of me from
post-retirement.
Me working or me, hustling.
How do you deal with societal issues where the economy is, folks, if they're going to spend money on something, they want to see that thing now. In terms of planning for the future, because of the practices that we see where the survival is of the day, how do you then convince people that you can put something away and you're not going to access it till later when there's a need today?
And that's a discipline that comes now with the kind of plans that we can curate for each of these individuals. One of the biggest challenges of savings is we keep dipping our hand in the cookie jar. Anytime there's anything, look at it this way. If you have money in your M-Pesa or in your whichever money, whatever you use, Airtel money or whichever, and there's a need or someone has a need, you'll quickly just send it. Or you live in, Fuliza, or you borrow, or if it's in your current account, you'll do the same. So by having some of these arrangements, whether it's a plan in the money market fund, yes, it's possible to still maybe access it maybe in 2 days or 3 days. But by the time those 3 days are coming through, I would have maybe rethought, do I really need to remove this money for this kind of need? But then again, in some of the solutions that we have, if it's a retirement plan or if it's an insurance, a sort of a solution, that you may not keep dipping your hand there. There's a discipline in it, and we do tell you that if you access, then this is what it's going to impact your original plans. So that sort of forces some discipline. As much as, yes, it's important to live now, I'm able then to restrain and not necessarily keep dipping my hand because it is away from me. Yes, you have your statements, you have your, we have all these, the mobile apps that will show you how your statement looks like. You're able to see your balance. You're able to see how your fund is growing and the kind of return it's earning. But then that discipline of it being away from quick access then creates that long-term preservation and the growth of the fund, so that then you're still able to achieve that future goal while still living today. But yeah, of course, people want to be able to access as and when they need it. But then as we discuss your plans and as we work with a planner, because we prefer that maybe someone works with a planner to look at what their projects are and be able then to come up with a plan to that, and then help you to stick with it.
One of your latest products is what you call the Retirement Preparedness Index.
Yes.
And as we talk about dipping hands and strategy for later days, what is this index?
So it's an innovation. It's actually an innovation we launched on Tuesday this week. So it's a Retirement Preparedness Index. We carried out a survey to see how Kenyans are preparing for retirement, to see how individuals how ready they are for retirement. And we did, we talked to people in the city and in the rural areas, in different ages and in the informal and in the formal sector to just see how well they are prepared and what they're doing. And we got some very interesting findings that for whatever reason, it looks like the people in the formal sector sort of have an idea of how to plan for retirement, but they're not there yet because they keep having some, every time they change jobs, maybe they'll access whatever it is that they have saved. The dipping the hand in the cookie jar, which our regulator, RBA, has been trying to work with us to, try and control that space so that then we can have something for retirement. But a lot of us, when people change jobs, they keep dipping their hands in. So those behaviors then affect the kind of nest egg they would have had. But then also some of the people, especially in the informal sector, maybe because of the irregularity of their incomes, they are not able maybe to have something that is steady. So we can't say that they haven't planned, it's just that maybe they have many different things, but not structured in a way. And so some will say, this piece of land will take care of me, or this house will be my retirement plan. But then from that index, then we realized that, like I was saying, some of the retiree needs then being, meeting children education, meeting healthcare, or even food. So without having now a proper structured way, you find that many people are retiring when they don't have enough, or they're not ready even to reach that retirement. The younger people said they haven't even thought about retirement. They're never retiring anyway. They don't plan to retire. Again, someone in the informal sector would also say, I am not retiring. What is retirement? And so those, now just having those thoughts and now coming up with them, and when you do that, calculation and see, yes, I have all these savings in the retirement plan in the NSSF, because perhaps that's the only thing that some people have. I have this maybe plot of land or this asset. I have, but then my behaviors, I keep dipping my hand in the cookie jar every time I move, or I save in a very haphazard way. I save this month, next month I don't. I go on a holiday and I decide to eat whatever it is that I had put. Then we realize that then those expenses, people have not even thought about the expenses that will, hit them. Even then, in terms of like healthcare, healthcare is a key issue. We hope that by then, the social healthcare would be sufficient. But we still have then to make our own plans. So for healthcare, for food, for basic maintenance, people need to have that idea of what it is that will take care of them. And so the findings were that very few people are ready for retirement. So then what we're trying to do is to help them come up with plans to work towards that ideal space, so that if I, for instance, want to retire earning the same amount of income that I was having even before I reach retirement, then there are some things I must do. And we also then wanted people to understand the value of what we call the compounded effect of, or the time value of money. Meaning that whatever it is I'm putting away today, even if it's maybe, say, 2,000 shillings for the next, say, maybe 10, 20, 30 years for the younger people, it's possible that if it's earning a very basic rate of return of maybe, say, 10%, the 2,000 shillings, without even increasing it every year, could have grown to almost about 4.5 million shillings in those 30 years for the younger person. So as much as they may not see, the need of putting it aside, and they may not even understand, they may not even quantify what they do with 2,000 shillings a month. It's barely their airtime or their bundles, but it is something that can take care of them later, that can take care of either, the healthcare or their, taking care of their basic expenses. So that's what the survey was about, and we are hoping that more Kenyans will now start planning.
Interesting. Now, building off that survey, of course, a smaller portion is ready and already participating in that. And those are people you're trying also to maintain. But then this is life. And, things do happen. Maandamano might happen and get you out of business. Something else might happen and the company shuts down. So your stable income is interrupted.
Exactly.
And therefore, the premium one may have subscribed to, they are not able to sustain it. And the devil in these contracts, he's always on the footnote. That's where everything goes haywire. Because you realize maybe sometime at the contracting phase, you are not so keen and you are ready and prepared that you're going to sustain it. At some point when there is this interruption of the sustenance of the premium payment, you lose. I've seen even from other players in the market, people losing whatever they had saved along the way. So how is ICA trying to do it differently, being mindful of this unprecedented event?
And you're right. And a lot of people then fear that fine print or fear starting because of that. So what we do, should there be a change in your income levels, remember we talked about having many planners available or advisors available to even guide you. And so should that happen, and we do encourage our clients to always be in touch with us. They can either be in touch with us on our digital platforms or even in our branches. And we do have either the customer service team that will be able then to advise a person, or even our advisors or what we call the planners. So what we do is we look at your structure, we look at your situation, and then we are able then to plan a way of either you reducing the premiums or even putting a pause on the premiums, and at some point you can even reinstate if your income levels or your sources of income change. All right, but then what we usually advise is it's important to communicate, because I think most of the people who then just keep quiet, and I know a lot happens when that change is happening, and people forget that I needed maybe to communicate. So we urge our clients to communicate, but what we also do is we reach out, because we'll notice this month the premium didn't come, so we will reach out. And as we reach out, we try and come up with a plan that fits the current situation that you're in, whether to make a pause or to reduce the premiums, so that then, or to pause and then with a plan to come back and reinstate. So we do have that conversation with an individual at whatever space they are in, and then we are able then to come up with something so that they don't end up losing.
Right.
Yeah.
So can you plan for anything? Because every time we talk about this is we want to say, okay, well, I must plan because, Kevin's children must go to school in the future. Joe wants to let's just skip that. But we look at them as stuff that maybe it wants to do that we regard. But what if people want to does it matter what you plan for? Somebody wants to I've worked hard, and in the next 5 years I want to take a whirlwind of a holiday. I want to be able to send my children to university in wherever in the world that people might see as luxury today. But can you plan for anything?
Yes.
Does it have to be the brick and mortar kind of,
Yes, you can, because it doesn't have to be that what I've put here must, be for this particular thing. So and that's why we like to work with the planners, so that then as I have these various objectives, I have the objective of going on a holiday in at the end of, or when it's summer, so maybe I have about 6 or so 8 months to plan, and I can start working onto something towards that. Again, maybe if it's something that I'm projecting that it will take another maybe 5 years, I can work out a plan either with the investment solutions that we do have, or even with the insurance solutions that can fit that duration that I'm working towards, and then now use those proceeds for that particular objective that I had in mind. If you want to be very strict and say that I cannot access these proceeds for anything else except that particular plan, we can plan with you even in what we call the trust fund, where you are making regular contributions into a fund that I know then this will strictly be for education of my children. So and I dictate how those proceeds will come out, in what maybe tranches or in what durations towards now maybe uni fees, or and you can plan even in different currencies. You can plan if it's for your children who you want to take to Yale, for instance. So you can have a plan that is saving in USD, and we do have those available. So it depends on where you're at and what it is that you're working towards. Yeah, and like I said, the 20-year-old can plan to get their first iPhone. And they can work towards that, so that there are some solutions that you can access sooner than later. There are others that are then locked for a longer period, and there are others that are very structured, that this is the agenda and this is what it will do. Others are just then, I'm accumulating and I will be accessing these funds as and when maybe the time comes in those either 5 years or 3 years or 8 months, as it may be.
So as we talk about planning for anything, as Ndu calls it, of course, the desire is that ICA Lion also has a plan for everyone.
Yes.
So how do you deliver on the promise for inclusivity and accessibility?
So remember I said that we are seeing through your eyes as a customer. So we are looking at you and you're telling us, this is what I have in mind. And so we help come up with a solution or come up with a plan that will now actualize that objective or that dream or that agenda that you had. Remember we said that there are some of these plans that we have that can start as low as even 500 shillings. 500 shillings is something that someone can accumulate even over maybe a week or whichever duration, meaning that then even if it's someone in the informal space, or if it's even if it's my 15-year-old daughter, or it's my 70-year-old dad who perhaps wants to do some project in a few years, as much as maybe he's just on the receiving end in terms of being in retirement, there is something that we can work towards that suits you at whatever space you're in, at whatever age, at whatever income levels, at whatever disposable income you may have. We have a plan for everyone.
So with these plans for everyone and for anything, so how does one get started?
talk to us. So, of course, the younger people may prefer not to talk to a person. And so, in all our digital pages, our social media platforms, we are at ICA Lion, and on Facebook and LinkedIn for, people like yes. ICA Lion Group, right? But then we also have a rich branch network right here down the road at Tulip House. We have a branch. We have other branches in the city center, about 5 of them in Nairobi, and then we have in Mombasa, we do have 2 branches, Meru, Nanyuki, Nyeri. We go to the western region, Kisumu, Kericho, Kisii. We have branches in Eldoret, in Nakuru. So we have branches across
the country,
and we are on our digital pages. And you can also then, talk to us even on email, or even those who want to make a call or visit our head office at Riverside.
Yeah. As one attempts to reach you, we're in the AI, as you say, days are changing. Is there a virtual way of one subscribing, or one must come to?
No. We actually have solutions that you can do a complete buy journey. If you go to our plan microsite, plan.icalion.co.ke, you're able to then look at where you perceive yourself to be, and you can look at the various plans there. Some of them have a complete buy journey that you don't have to interact with an individual, like the money market funds, the personal retirement plan. You can do the entire journey without interacting with anyone. Then of course we also have the WhatsApp chatbot that you can also buy even your motor insurance, your investment solutions end to end on WhatsApp. You can also do, if you have downloaded our mobile app, you can also do a buy journey on some of those solutions. So we are accessible, fully accessible for all digital eras.
So, I mean, insurance being one of the an old business in terms of the fact that people started to latch onto it and could understand the reasoning behind it. And then maybe something would have happened in between. So somebody who is an old customer, maybe for some reason lapsed in between and was not able to continue paying their premiums, as it were. What happens to them in this new plan era if they come back and they say, okay, fine, let me dust the dust off of this thing and get back into it? How do they plug in?
And so we go back to, hopefully there had been some communication, and it was either put on a pause and it can be reinstated, or we can replan and start the journey on a different platform that suits now their current situation or their current levels, so that then we can reignite the journey that they would have hoped to be on. So we would look at where they paused, see whether it's possible to reinstate or to restart the journey, and maybe whatever it is that they had put up, because as you have said, they are maybe old, perhaps it has already reached maturity, and so perhaps there's something that is available, and use that now as a kickstart for their next journey.
And I'm just wondering, in addition to that, is to ask the question around premium, and whether you have basic minimum premium and maximum. How do these kind of costs look like?
What's your plan?
All right. So I can get one for 500 shillings?
Yes, like I mentioned, we have solutions that allow you to start as low as 500 shillings. And you can also come with your investment club and have a joint account, and we plan for you in the investments. You can, like I said, you can bring your children into the junior accounts in the investment space. Within the insurance space, you need to be of age, at least 18. But if you want to start somewhere, you can start even as low as 500 shillings, even for the personal retirement savings. You can start as low as 500 shillings, and you can do it on, M-Pesa and, like I mentioned, on the digital platform end to end.
Wow. Well, I think you need to be loud enough because more Kenyans need this information. In spite of these tough economic times we are going through.
Very true.
Because at least if people are informed and empowered, then we could start planning.
Yes.
But the bigger question, perhaps this is on a different dimension. As the company grows, you're operating in certain regimes. There's a governance, there's a leadership of the country. And some people are wary, of course. That's why you see sometimes the premium uptake is low because there is no predictability. There is no telling of what could happen to certain companies once they grow to as big as you have. There is no telling on how that can be affected by now the politics and the government. But supposing we who are onboarded by ICA Lion at some point wake up to, of course, God forbid, that ICA is not in operation because of whatever laws are existing in the country. What then? Are there safeguards? Are we insured by the insurer?
Yeah, very true. And so, of course, it won't happen, but should the unlikely, we saw COVID come, black swan events do happen. Remember I mentioned that our strong financial base and capital position is one of the areas then that the regulators have put in place to ensure that insurance companies have some capital requirements for them to, minimum capital requirements to be able to operate in this land. And so that minimum capital requirement is for insurance companies. Bare minimum is 100. A strong insurance company should be at about 200. We are at about 280 thereabout in terms of our capital.
Million, billion, trillions.
The percentage, the percentage of what is required as a capital. And so that should be the first layer of confidence that you're protected should any event, even eventuality come. And so for every liability that we are holding, say for every 1 shilling of liability we have 2.8 as a backup should anything happen. So that's the first layer of confidence. But then the regulator also is in place. But then there's also what we call, we've not seen an insurance company, a life insurance company, go under in the most recent years. Yes, there was one back then. But because there's also another kitty that is called the Policy Holders Compensation Fund, all the members of that insurance company, anyone who had a policy in that company was fully paid, even if it took some time. So the regulator has put in measures, but as an insurance company, as a ICA Lion, we've also put in very strong measures to ensure that whatever black swan events do come or do find us, we are stable and we are here and we are able then to meet all our obligations even into the future. And even as we keep thinking of planning, we're not even thinking of the next 5 or the next 10. We're thinking of the far future, and we've put plans in place for that.
So even as I think of the far future, I'm thinking about a group of people that we tend to forget in this space, that we try to talk to grown, molded adults about a behavior change or shift.
Yes.
How far would the conversation be if this started when children are learning to count 1, 2, 3 or to read ABC?
You've touched a space, and the other day we were speaking with a regulator in the retirement space, and incidentally today the regulator is celebrating 25 years. I'm meant to be there, but and what the conversations that are going on now is to inculcate the savings or the financial planning in the curriculum, so that it's embedded on the curriculum from as early as possible, so that children, even as soon as they start learning how to count, perhaps maybe they should be counting using money. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so that then that behavior is inculcated, and so that even as they get off, going into high school, going into uni, they are well, structured in their thought process that planning or financial wellness is a key thing. And we've partnered with some of the learning institutions. There are some financial literacy campaigns that we are running with the learning institutions. And we believe that even if this is maybe at university level, there could be opportunities. And as we continue now with these education programs, we believe that it will change the tide. And over time, then people will be planning better. But should this now be embedded into law that financial wellness be part of the education curriculum, then that will really, really change the outcomes that we are seeing now, where maybe some of us only started saving when we got into our first job. But had we been structured in our thoughts that we needed to have these plans even right from when we were younger, this is something we would have worked towards. And what you can do perhaps even for your children is, start with that junior account for your child. Let them start saving. And for whatever you give them, even if it's pocket money, deduct something and tell them this is going towards your savings. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, that's interesting. So why should Kenyans then finally pick ICA Lion? As you said, they know where to find you. You've given the safeguard that is proper. But how then we're going into Christmas more? People would be spending. Why should they be lured more to ICA this festive season and not go and do a very big bash over Christmas?
Because January is coming.
Right.
Because life will still continue even beyond the holidays, the festivities.
Right.
And so at ICA Lion we have a plan even for that January, even for those 2 months. You can still put aside some of your funds into money market, and you can be able then to access it in January to meet your obligations. And so the idea, I think, is to think about both the near future and the far future. As you think about the near future, then there are opportunities for you to do that. And at ICA Lion, remember we say our mission is we protect and create your wealth. So we first protect what you've given us, and then we create more for you. So we are trustworthy. We are your partner. We are the company that has a plan for you for whatever plans that you have.
Plan for anything, a plan for everyone.
Plans for everything and plans for everyone.
I just want to look really quickly in terms of how far this has spread. We talk about, mortgages only having hit a certain number. Do we have more and more people who are latching on to the insurance idea in terms of a plan for tomorrow? Of course, against what we had talked about before, where people want a today answer to a today problem. But do we have more people then embracing the idea that insurance for a rainy day actually works?
I think we do. If I even just look at the statistics within the retirement space, the retirement sector, allow me to go back to the Retirement Benefits Authority, because when they started, they had maybe a fund of about or rather the total industry was maybe at about 20 or 50 billion, and now it's at 2.5 trillion. So there's been some growth. Of course, the growth of savings, but also the growth of the funds because more people are saving. We have more literacy. We are not yet there. The pension coverage, in terms of the statistics that the RBA has stated, that only about 24% of the population is covered, adequately or rather in some way for retirement. And the hope is that perhaps in another couple of years, it could be at about almost maybe 39% or thereabout. So there is a lot more happening, and all our regulators, and even the other other players within the industry are carrying out a lot of financial literacy campaigns, education. And as we do this, not just for our customers, but for the larger population, we believe that a more financially well or financially savvy population is, people then will be able to make better decisions and will then have better outcomes even as we go forward. So even if we're not looking at insurance at large, but even if we're starting maybe just from the savings point or even from the pension savings, at least we've seen quite some traction in the last couple of years. And we hope that then as we continue now with the education, with the literacy campaigns, with the wellness campaigns, then more people will understand what they need to do. As we have this retirement preparedness index, when you put in the numbers and you see you're not ready, then you will want to make some either additional savings or come up with a solution that can then be able then to get you to where you need to get to.
Indeed. A plan for the future is definitely a plan for success, that's for sure.
Definitely.
And we want to thank you so much for joining us in this conversation this morning to at least, show the way and to talk about the trends that are happening in society, but then also to, prick us all to make that decision to save for the future.
Thank you.
Christine Mutahi is the General Manager, Business Development, Corporate Business at the ICEA Lion Life Assurance. Has been our guest this hour, walking us through those very important plans. What's your plan? Something to think about. And thank you for making us part of your plan this morning on the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. It was Ndu, Joe, and Kevin with you this morning. Conversations continue tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Enjoy your listening. It's 2 minutes past 10. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you.
More of the classics and the hits you love.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The judiciary held a solemn ceremony on Wednesday at the Minimani Law Courts to honor 7 judicial officers who died over the past 2 years. Chief Justice Martha Koome, who presided over the event, said it was one of the judiciary's most sacred collective duties to honor, remember, and give a dignified closure to the files of their colleagues. She led the League of Community in paying tribute to Timothy Ole Tanchu, Jacqueline Modoni, Monica Kivuti, Zena Atetwe, Bernard Kipyegon, John Tito, and Athman Abdul Halim Hussein.
Each of these officers served our nation with devotion, humility, and integrity. Their passing has left an unmistakable void, not only within their families and communities, but within the judiciary family, which they so faithfully serve.
Koome went on to reflect on the lives and service of each of the officers. Here's what she said about the late Chief Kadhi, Athman Abdul Halim Hussein.
He combined rigorous intellectual training with humility and profound spiritual depth. He served diligently across Marindi, Mombasa, Isiolo, Upper Hill, and finally as the Chief Kadhi, where as a jurist whose wisdom, compassion, and mastery of Islamic jurisprudence inspired both the legal fraternity and the Muslim community.
Gender CS Hannah Wendot has called